every kid deserves somebody who is like obsessed with them.
Crazy about them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And us growing up with great parents, we had that.
Right.
And we are obviously that way about our children. And so I wish that I could just take all of the babies who don't have that and give that to them.
Well, and I think just on an emotional front, that's why I like talking about things that I guess in a weird way I say like are heartbreaking, but they stir up emotion within you. That's not an accident. Like God and the Holy Spirit are trying to do something in our lives. And I think that we were all created for a purpose and on purpose. What is that? There's something rooted in that, especially with the idea of this whole concept of this podcast being the Natural Parents Podcast is just, okay, cool. Yes, for families that exist right now, but also for the brokenness, the family that's not put together anymore, the thing that's the hole that's missing, or the missing link, so to speak. How do we do that?
Yeah.
Welcome to the Natural Parents Podcast, where we will cover all things faith, health, family, and wealth through a biblical perspective of putting things in life that matter most back into order. We're reminded in Matthew 6:33, where Jesus said, "But seek first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you." Join us each week as we focus on what truly matters most in this life and passing those values on to the next generation. This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. Solve all the world's problems yet?
Yeah, pretty much. Have you?
Just getting started. I'm busy creating more of them.
Yeah, you are. I get some of your problems solved, and then you're just over there.
You kind of are my problem solver.
I am.
Try to be anyway.
So I do think, been thinking a lot lately about
What?
I think I am going to enroll
Oh my.
in the U.S. Air Force. You're looking at your next. Female fighter, pilot, jet flyer.
Fighter.
Fighter. I got to get the terms down if I'm going to show up as
if you're going to be one.
Fighter, flight, jet pilot. I'm not sure which term to use, so I'm going to use them all there.
When you announced this to me, you told me that you were going to you're going to join the Air Force as a Air Force aviator.
Is that right?
I think that's
See, I'm just
fair.
trying out all the terms so that I know.
I know they say naval aviator, so Air Force aviator, I think. But if you're specifically were desiring to fly fighter jets, that's what's tough, is saying that without stumbling over your own tongue. But to fly fighter jets,
Is that Navy? Or
No,
is that Air Force?
There's Air Force. There's
okay,
fighter
good.
jets.
Because I saw the Navy training and you have to like be held underwater and like do these weighted things.
You don't want to be waterboarding?
No. And so I think I'm fine on land and in the air, even though I'm terrified to fly on like commercial flights. But I think I'll get over that.
So then you got pretty offended.
Yeah. Because then Ryan's like, I actually think you're too old for that. And then I feel like my life has now been just this ticking clock.
We're struggling.
I am so having a hard time. It's like there's this ticking clock.
Yes.
And I feel like I've got gray hair since you told me that.
I did have a gray hair in my beard the other day.
It might have been strawberry blonde.
Either way, it was getting pretty light colored. I feel like we're both getting older.
I don't like that.
Not getting any younger.
If I can't be the one that flies it, I don't want to be the one that rides. I would go for a ride. Maybe.
We love the movie Maverick, right?
Yeah. Top Gun.
I say talk to me goose all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because like that's the one in the back. You wouldn't ride with me?
I could at least be the person on the ground cheering him on. I'd be doing toe touches for him. You
could do that. There's a little choreographed move.
Yeah.
No disrespect to the men and women that do that.
No, I think your job is really, really cool.
We're actually mesmerized by it. In fact, when I first started into college, I was playing baseball and kind of wanted to maybe pursue a life in the Air Force. At that point in time, what changed over the last, how many years? Oh, no. 15 years?
Yeah.
What's changed? Has it been that long? Almost 15 years?
Yeah.
12, 15 years? Because I wanted to be a fighter pilot, and you were like, no way.
I guess I didn't realize how cool it was.
I should have shown you Top Gun then.
Yeah, I had never seen it by that point.
How different would life be?
Oh, it'd be so different. But yeah, so that's my...
I don't know if that would... I guess that would solve some of the world's problems. You'd be a part of the solution. At least some people think so. Some people think you'd be a part of the problem.
Well, I think they're really cool.
I think they'd be blessed and lucky to have you.
Thank you.
Oh, if you guys don't watch us on YouTube and you're just listening, you have no idea what just happened. Abby saluted me.
Just practicing.
She looked cute doing it. What else though? What's for real been on your mind?
Oh,
on your
that's
heart
about it.
No.
I told the kids we're moving.
No, what'd you actually tell them?
Oh, I don't remember.
You said you guys are already brats. Might as well be military brats.
I did. I said, well, we got step 1 there. We're halfway there.
We were kidding, y'all. Don't come for us.
Yeah.
Our kids are pretty sweet.
Yeah, they are sweet. They're very sweet. And they know how to take a joke, which makes them
they did laugh.
Great.
They did laugh. That's good.
So, other than that, things have been a little bit less entertaining than.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to follow that up with actually what's actually
planning my garden.
What's actually going on in our life, because you're not actually going into the Air Force. Spoiler alert, y'all.
I kind of want
She's
to,
not
though.
going.
The fact that I'm maybe too old and nobody believes me makes me a little bit like, I'll show you.
I'm almost certain you are too old.
I can't believe that. If I were willing to get vaccinated, I'd be enrolling just to prove it to y'all. But I'm not. So I guess I'll just stay here and pretend.
There's a lot of well, those recommendations to get better recently, maybe with
That is true.
RFK in the office. You might, maybe there's a loophole now.
There might be.
You could skip that process.
Won't get it. Keep y'all updated. But in other news, I am planting my garden back here in Missouri.
Back to reality, Slim Shady.
Yeah. So I'm focused on that.
What are you going to put in the garden this year?
Well, I told myself I'm just going to keep it to the basics. The basics of what I could do and preserve and keep.
And eat.
Yes, eat fresh.
We don't eat a lot of things that a lot of people grow in gardens.
No.
I mean, we maybe would if we did grow them, but we keep a pretty simplistic meal plan in our house.
Yeah, we do. And so
nutrient and calorie dense focus, right?
Right. I feel like that something that goes the furthest is the most important. But, I said I'm just going to do a few staples, like good things that I could do really, really well. I got a list of like 20 things, and I don't know what happened, but I'm like, oh, well, I would want that, even if it's just for fresh eating in the summer, like okra o malanta. One of our friends gave us some okra from her garden, like late summer. It was too late to really grow any, but I tried and it didn't work, but because it was just too late in the season. But good grief, that stuff is so good fried up. You made it so well, and it's a really good natural binder.
That's awesome.
Everybody could use a little bit of that.
Grabs a hold of things and helps you get them out.
Yeah.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing we tore down that garden fence that somebody installed for you.
Yeah.
So that we can expand the footprint of the garden.
I'm just grateful that you are always willing to do what I ask, even if that means I ask you to build something and then 2 years later I ask you to tear it down because I want my garden somewhere else. And I love that about you. Yeah. I think it's a great trait to have.
Husbands, heads up. If your wife asks for a garden and you plan a large garden for her, don't put a fence around it. She's going to want it tore down. She's going to want it bigger. T-minus less than, felt boxed in.
Yeah, I did.
Limited.
I did. And I couldn't get a hold of the weeds.
That's true.
So, and now I think it's a new opportunity to move it to the backyard.
I thought of the time where the weeds got really out of control and we just sacrificed it and you're in the garden mowing the whole thing down, just scalping it.
I'm like, I think the garden is laughing at me because when you see a full-blown lawnmower in the garden, like you've lost all control.
Right. It's pretty comical. Again, y'all, I think really practical note there. You can plant a garden and grow it and expand it. So don't put a fence around it because, and if you can avoid it. We thought when we first moved there, we thought we were going to have a real deer problem because deer were, we think, maybe eating your fruit trees.
Yes.
So I was like, well, I'll put this 6-foot fence all the way around the garden and deer won't get in there. We moved to the farm shortly after that, brought our dogs with us, and no deer ever got close to the garden ever again. And 2 years later, we tore out the fence and
I'm
are
talking
redoing it.
like fence pole posts
Set
and
in concrete.
concrete. But our kids had a great lesson of how to tear them out.
Yeah, we had a creative, fun practice with that. Hooked the winch from the side-by-side to them and pulled them out.
And the kids were the ones driving the side-by-side, so
That's got to be, I'm really hoping that's like core memory for them.
Yeah, see? If had I not asked for fence, they wouldn't even have those memories.
No.
So, yeah, so gardening and sew projects. I love sewing.
If only your husband would finish your sew room.
Well, that's all right. That's on his list.
It's on my list. Isn't that a thing like Medusa, the Greek? I don't know if she's a goddess or what she is, but she's got like the snake hair and you cut one off and 10 grow back in its place.
Well,
That's what my to-do list feels like.
It is that. I'll believe that. So
both my own personal to-do list and the one that you have for me.
Yeah, so talk to me about your to-do list. Like, how do you prioritize your lists and what's on them?
Well, we were talking about today. It's kind of funny how we talked about how boxed your brain is. It's very categorical.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Even before, just in preparation for recording a podcast. You're like, well, should we talk about line items? I'm like, well, let's just get in and have some fun conversation and talk and see where we go. And you're like, no, my brain, I just want to go through the list. I'm like, well, my brain's more like, remember those, what did they call them when you got ready to write a paper and you had to, like a thinking chart or something along those lines?
It looked like a
brain map.
Maybe, yeah.
You just call it a brain map. It's like, one little cloud in the center and then you off of that and off of that. I feel like I have 476 clouds in the center that all just start offshooting and linking things together. And well, that's an idea and that's an idea. And so it's very hard on my to-do list, but there's always a lot going on in a good way, I think. So
yeah, my brain is just like, there's a start and there's a finish and it's all boxed in. There aren't just any random ideas floating around. They're all organized alphabetically or category.
Or your brain's ability to do that stresses me out, and I know mine stresses you out.
It's wild how two humans can exist and be like that. Like, I know there's more of you out there somewhere.
That's crazy.
All your random ideas floating around people without any action to them.
No. So, yes, that's very real. A lot of ideas, very quick to start the ideas, but I'm so grateful that God put you in my life because you helped me follow through on said ideas.
Good match.
Or find new ones for me to chase, like new gardens.
Yes, exactly. I'll keep you focused.
I like it.
So what else? What else are you working on?
The thing that comes is, I guess, most front and center in my brain right now is started writing my new book. Pretty excited about that.
You're doing great on it. You get a lot of words done today.
Yeah, I think I've got that is something I'm proud of myself for, is actually saying, okay, if I just do really like 500 to 800 words a day.
Yeah.
And so far it's flowed pretty well. The other morning I woke up early and I was kind of falling asleep and I felt like it just hit me like, oh, that's what I should write about. That's the start. And so that started it. And since then every morning some mornings I've done 1,000 words just because it's the concept. It's hard to get out in less words that I'm talking about, but I'm really excited about it. It's going to be all about the 7 pillars and bringing that ideology to the forefront. So you guys have to stay tuned for that. If you're a listener and you have heard us talk about the 7 pillars, I'm going to write a book. We're going to put it all down on paper so that you guys can actually apply it to your life, share it with your friends, your family, and help people be and live healthy and vital lives. My
favorite thing is to just have printed,
right?
Like have a book that you can refer to in print that's not just digital or on your phone. So I think it'll be amazing.
I'm excited for it. I am. What I don't know, because I've never done this, if you guys have ever written a book or you know somebody in publishing, hit me up, because I know that you can self-publish and you can do all these different things, get a publisher, and there's so many nuances to that. And the route, however that's supposed to go, I'm not overtly worried about it, but the thing I'm struggling with is that it's like, okay, we talk about this all the time. I have decided I'm writing a book and it's a process. Like in my mind, as I just said, like I'm super quick to start, have no problem getting through the first chapter so far and kind of the introduction concepts of the book and all that. But it's like, I can see on the horizon is that, okay, daily writing. Okay, well then what? What's the next step? Again, somehow now we have, finished manuscript, need an editorial team, like all of these things. And that's like the traditional, again, there's a million different ways that I'm sure you can do it. But I'm like, oh gosh, how do I do all of those systems?
Yeah.
And you're so helpful for me in that, because once we establish that as a problem, we'll figure it out along the way. But right now, just trying to get all the thoughts down on paper or on computer screen. I guess technically I'm not actually writing it. I was thinking about that.
I think you should, with it like a feather pen.
Yeah. I was like, wow, people, here I am thinking it's pretty cool to be able to type up a bunch of words. And think about that. People, when they used to write books, go way back, it was on stone and tablet.
Oh my goodness.
So some of the Bible was on stone tablets.
That's wild.
Or at least in parts of what became the Bible, I guess. Like I was thinking like 10 Commandments. Moses coming off the mountain with his stone tablets. I guess he could have wrote them on anything.
Yeah.
But to write the Bible on parchment and scrolls and things like that, much better, much easier to do it on a computer.
Yeah, it is. Gosh, grateful for that. Did you know that we spend about a third of our lives in bed? That's over 8 hours a day that our body should be resting, healing, and restoring. But did you ever stop to think about what we're breathing in during that time? Most mattresses today are made with synthetic foams, flame retardants, and chemicals that release toxins into the air, especially while we sleep. That's why we made the switch to My Green Mattress, made with only clean, organic materials. There's no chemical smell, no off-gassing, just a pure supportive mattress that helps your body truly rest and recover the way it was designed to. As a family, that peace of mind is worth everything. If you want to create a healthier home from the inside out, go check out the link in our description. You'll see exactly why we love our green mattress and why we'll never go back. As parents, we love finding natural ways for our family to feel their best, and that is why we chose Llama. They make genuine Baltic amber jewelry for both kids and adults, known for its soothing and grounding properties. For little ones, it's a beautiful natural option to help with teething and inflammation, and for adults, it can help ease tension and bring a sense of calm throughout the day. Each piece is handcrafted from authentic Baltic amber. It's never plastic, never imitation, just simple, natural comfort that fits your lifestyle. Check out the link in our description to shop Llama, natural comfort for the whole family. What is something that you want to see like less of in the world?
There's a lot that I would like to see less of in the world. The one that comes top of mind is just like, I don't know, child endangerment, I guess, is a topic. I mean, we talk about that all the time. The whole premise and concept of what we want to do is obviously see Christ put in the center of homes, but I feel like the real victims of broken homes are kids. And yes, we have issues with that here in the United States for sure, but third world countries even too, like just the idea and the thought keeps me up at night about like our babies get tucked in and a loving home and prayed over and kissed and tucked into bed, and there's kids out there that don't have that. And so that hurts. Like I actually feel like I empathically just like feel that in my bones. And then the other thing is I see people, and this isn't in a holier than thou ideology at all. I just see people that are just struggling in life in general, especially like with their health. And it really breaks my heart because so much of that is just rooted in the brokenness of our society. Like I don't think God ever designed it for us to be, struggling in this life. Like his idea was the Garden of Eden and perfect harmony with him in this world. That's what he set forth when he created the world. None of that stuff did he have intention of existing, and yet here we are living it out. And we get, I think, so many of us, everybody, especially in a blessed country like America, we think that our struggle is struggle, and we've never struggled a day in our life. I was saying that to our kiddos the other day. One of them said, "Dad, this is hard." I'm like, oof, I'm sorry, I love you, but you don't know hard. I don't know hard, right? Like,
we ate at that restaurant
that was cool.
that donates every meal you order, it donates a meal to a starving child.
Absolutely.
And so then we got to have that really cool conversation with the kids about starving children. And it had a statistic. I don't remember exactly what it was, but a certain amount of kids die every day from starvation.
Yeah.
And we told that to our kids and we're talking about it and it blew their mind.
Yeah. Over 6,000 kids a day. And people talk about that a lot. And I think it's a pure and a really good concept to run after, because we see it like hunger would probably be one of the easiest things to solve for. I mean, so shameless plug for them. Tacos for Life was the name of the restaurant. And for every meal, like an entree that you ordered, whether it was a singular taco was less than $5. I think the taco I got was $4.89. Everybody got tacos, got a quesadilla for everybody to try. And like each meal, I think it was like, they showed you that's like, oh, that was 7 meals donated. Yeah. And so then they, had their business model figured out to where they could actually keep their margins healthy enough to where then they could get a meal, which was a simple meal. Don't get me wrong. It's like basic nutrition, kind of like something, it's something, and it's way better. And how that's a solvable problem for the world. I think that company, 40 million meals have been donated on behalf of their patrons. And I was like, wow, what a cool concept. Like that kind of stuff. I said, this is my new favorite restaurant. It's the first time we ever ate there. I hadn't even tried the food yet. I was like, that's fine. It'll eat. So,
yes. And it was great.
And it turned out it was actually delicious. So highly 10 out of 10 recommend Tacos for Life, because, and just anybody, I think John Piper has a book called Don't Waste Your Life.
Yeah.
And I go back to it every once in a while. I've read it a few different times, or maybe parts of it here or there, and just feel like it gets laid on my heart to read it. I have it in Audible and print form, and I go back to it, and he talks about like a wartime mindset. And I think the mundaneness of our life leads us into thinking that we live in times of peace. Here in America, we have it pretty good. And so we start looking around for things that aren't perfect, and suddenly those become big glaring issues that are really not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. When there's children that aren't living in safe environments, there's people and children dying of starvation in the world, that there's plenty of resources to take care of the people that are on this planet. So that's definitely the biggest things that are on my heart lately. And I'm not always sure what to do about them, but I always want to be moving in direction of doing something about them.
Yeah, just being aware can always just help those next steps of what you want to do
with
that, for sure.
Right. Prayer is an effective strategy for that, even if your heart breaks for them too. Like that is something that I think you can do to actually make a positive impact on it. There's power in prayer. I think sometimes we're like, well, I can't do anything else, so let me pray. It's like, well, before I do anything else, let me pray and see what doors that God opens up. I think so.
Yeah, because you never know.
You feel like anything comes to mind, like when I say that, God opening doors or closing doors, do you feel like there's anything like that in our life recently?
Yes.
Opened or closed?
Always. I feel like the last few years, probably more so than like the last 5, but I'd say the last few years have been a lot of that.
Yeah.
Some easier than others, some really, really hard. And, it's just some of it, it's like, you never thought that would either be you, or you never thought that is what the relationships would look like, that it was, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Just different things. And that's where, when you were talking about families and the family structure, and it's just something that when you're a kid, you don't think that your family will ever not. And it's like, sometimes that's just a reality for kids who are maybe mom and dad aren't there, or they're in foster care, or they don't have that stability. What was that quote that you had talked about? Every kid deserves somebody who is like obsessed with them.
Crazy about them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, us growing up with great parents, we had that.
Right.
And we are obviously that way about our children. And so I wish that I could just take all of the babies who don't have that and give that to them. Sure.
Well, and I think just on an emotional front, that's why I like talking about things that, I guess in a weird way, I say like are heartbreaking, but they stir up emotion within you. That's not an accident. Like God and the Holy Spirit are trying to do something in our lives. And I think that we were all created for a purpose and on purpose. what is that? There's
Yeah.
somewhere something rooted in that, especially with the idea of this whole concept of this podcast being the Natural Parents Podcast. Is just, okay, cool. Yes, for families that exist right now, but also for the brokenness, the family that's not put together anymore, the thing that's the hole that's missing, or the missing link, so to speak. How do we do that?
Yeah. I don't know that there's no like for sure answer or solution to it, but I think it's just small baby steps that even if it's not this specific generation, maybe the next generation.
Right. Well, and that's something too. Like we talk about doors, and I always reference scripture on, the word. God's word is a lamp unto our feet and a light unto our path. And I think paths can have doors or gates or whatever you want to call it. And we might not even see those ones that are opening and or closing along the way, because the lamp ideology is, a lamp is like a lantern, is just this little bit of light out in front of us. We're not seeing years and things down the road. I think it's just about being faithful to the calling that we have right now. And so my idea is that anybody, that would obviously be listening to this podcast is a parent probably. And so we've been called, I think, to steward our children well, which is a weird concept I was thinking about the other day. Like stewardship, we talk about that a lot in our time and our talents and our treasures. The greatest treasure I think we do have as parents is our children.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the scripture about, well done, my good and faithful servant. Like, and it goes on to say, enter into the kingdom with your master's delight, basically. And I was thinking, like, he says, you've been trusted with little, now you'll be given much. And again, just so much theologically you can get into there. But I was thinking about that actually relative to our kids the other day, because we, in a weird way, are actually just stewards of our children. Steward means like, it's not yours. You're just making sure that the master, if you will, God, gets a return on it. And so that was a wild thought that I was having the other day that I wanted to talk to you about. And now we're going to do it here, I guess. But like thinking about that, like our kids, yes, they're our children, but only because God trusted them to us, and they're really his children. And so how do we point them in the right direction? How do we steward that relationship and their brains and their lives and all that stuff?
It makes me nervous.
Right.
You know what I mean? It makes me nervous because it's like I want them to just be mine.
Right.
I kind of go into no, because I don't want you just, so it makes me nervous, but it also is just such a good perspective to make sure that you're doing everything through that lens.
Everything, quite literally, our whole lives. Again, we sometimes lose sight of it because we think of ourselves pretty loftily. But right before we started recording, I was just talking about like the most important thing that we think about. A.W. Tozer says it. The most important thing that we think is what we think when we think about God. And it's like, and he's a really good dad and he loves us a whole lot. How can we then take that down and run with it with a relationship with our kids? How do we do that? If we're seeing God in that light, then how can we model that for our children? I know that's been my prayer a lot lately is like, Lord, let them see your love through me. How can I do that better? Because I definitely get it wrong all the time.
No, I mean, and I think that goes with anything. I saw something that said, basically, if you don't want your kids to be addicted to electronics, like then they can't see you on electronics all of the time. And I think it's the same way with how we speak, how we think, how we act,
right?
How we do all of that.
Right. They'll model our behavior. So if we do a good job as best as we can to model the behavior that God wrote out for us in his book, we might start to get more of it right than wrong.
Yeah. What has been your favorite thing lately?
Lately, I think my favorite thing is, it's the same thing since we had kids. It's just time with our family. We've conceptualized a little bit this year. We haven't put any plans on paper of like the idea of making some trips. And I've been thinking a lot about just how we could spend that kind of time together, because while we do a pretty good job of carving out family time, I feel like vacation family time, at least even our more recent vacation that we did where we took the RV, I don't think we ever talked about that on here, but doing that was so cool because I feel like we did have so much time with the kids, and phones down, electronics off, no work, no, none of that kind of stuff, just time exploring God's creation, because we did a lot of, camping type activity type stuff, hiking and things like that. I love that. That's some of my favorite stuff. Watching our daughter, even just this morning, she did something on her own for the first time. Just learned it conceptually. She looked.
Yes.
Somebody had given her a gift. It was one of those
They're
fortune tellers. They
yeah, they're
call them,
called
like the
fortune
little
tellers.
4x4 box things, and she really liked it, but she wanted to make her own, and so she just unfolded it, folded it together, and she was having trouble with the very last part. She was like, "Mom, it's there, but how do I make it into a diamond?" I think she was saying. And so you grabbed it and we're kind of looking at it, and she was like, and so she got it in her hands after you helped her with that very last step, kind of fold it together. And just this, she was just looking at the thing, and just total joy and smile came on her face. And I was seeing her have that sense of accomplishment and achievement of like, she did it. And, obviously we were kind of giving her some praise in that too, which is so cool to be able to do, but to be there and see that just anytime that we get time as a family together. That's my favorite stuff.
Yeah. And I love seeing their little brains work. And right now we're doing, we call it a read aloud book that I'm reading to the kids, and we would read one chapter, and then we were trying to tell you all about it. And you're like, wait, that sounds like a book I would love to listen to.
Got me in.
And so I feel like that's like my favorite part is in the evenings, you all lay on the floor and I sit in the chair and I read a few chapters of this book. And it is just such a great little book with a good story and good character traits in it that I feel like right now it's one of my favorite things because we're all together.
Sure.
We're all captivated. Our imaginations are all going. And I love seeing when they can recall what's going on, or,
sure.
We'll talk about an event that had just happened in the book, and they can recall it and say what went wrong and what they should have done and all of that.
And I think it permits, we've talked so many times about like the love languages concept. I think all of us as a family seem that quality time is fairly high.
Yeah.
On our love languages. And I also think that you can roll through some different seasons of life where a love language one is higher than another or something like that. But that is something that I feel like we have all enjoyed so much. Whereas before, and two, we've made it pretty intentional of not that we've ever done a lot of TV at all, but we just don't have much TV focus in our life. Maybe a show here or there that we get on. You and the girls will be on one, or me and Jenny's will be on something like that. And it's cool because you're there and you're in the moment and you're around each other.
Right.
But it's just, I've noticed that being different from a quality time standpoint of you're reading that book aloud to us and we are laying in the floor, and there's a different level of presence when we're all listening to a book. And I don't know like the metaphysics of that, but as a person, I just feel things very empathically. And that has been a different feeling to me that I've loved a ton lately, as opposed to if we were going to sit down and watch a movie, which there's been some amazing movies and we love them and we quote them as the kids are great at quoting movies and stuff like that. But to just do that differently with a book, I think if you guys that are listening have never done that or have gotten away from it or whatever, that would be a really cool practice. Find a little family book time, story novel type book to dive into together.
Yeah, it really is. And there's so many different websites that are these mom blogs that have different recommendations that they share the values that we have of, the types of books that we would be reading and wanting our kids to be reading. And then they have them categorized by age group. Age appropriate. And so that's where it's also fun that our kids are so close in age, but I don't think that we will be stopping this routine. I love it.
No, and I think it's something, from the time that the kids were little, we would read aloud, we would do their books, and there's just not much sustenance. Although I love it to Little Blue Truck, it is still just Little Blue Truck. It's not this novel aspect of things. And so I think we've longed for that from our kiddos.
Yeah.
And now they're at the age where I think their attention spans permit it.
Yeah.
Their brains, their frontal lobes have grown enough to where they can do that. Whereas in past seasons of life, we might have wanted to do that. So if your kiddos are younger than 5 or 6, for sure, it's going to be tougher, because we've tried to do like the Chronicles of Narnia and different things like that. And we've, you get some success, and this one has short chapters. So it's kind of like update. It's been really good. So if you're not there yet, but you've desired like us to be there, it might just be a not yet thing, but it is coming, and put that on the radar of something to look forward to, because it's really cool.
It is. Okay, well, thanks for hanging out with me and talking to me about all of our happenings and gonna be happenings.
Gonna be happenings. Abby's not joining the Air Force, y'all.
I might. Look for my picture.
She won't be.
I might be.
Maybe you can go for that.
No, I will be. You can see me. I'm not too old. So we might be moving soon. Look for our garage sale.
Y'all, she's kidding.
Kinda. But we'd love to know what is going on in your life and what your dreams and aspirations are. So make sure that you keep us in the loop about you as well. From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with someone you know and leave a review. By doing so, we're able to grow this community of amazing people just like you and raise a generation of children that know God and do His will on earth. We'll see you next time.
This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. Helicopter parenting, and a lot of children that were helicopter parented, I think they're going one of two directions. Mm-hmm. I didn't know there was a name for it, but there's FAFO parenting, or it's the gentle parenting and the totally snowplow, never let my baby ever get hurt kind of a construct. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the wrong one. Mm-hmm. You know, we have to allow our kids to experience pain, not physical, just pain, but emotional. And
I feel like that is what is hard, because I want to be a snowplow parent. I don't want them to have to deal with anything, especially if it's something that you've gone through before. You want to at all costs protect them from that.
Welcome to the Natural Parents Podcast, where we will cover all things faith, health, family, and wealth through a biblical perspective of putting things in life that matter most back into order. We're reminded in Matthew 6:33, where Jesus said, "But seek first the kingdom of God and all of His righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you." Join us each week as we focus on what truly matters most in this life and passing those values on to the next generation. This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. All right, Ab, have you ever heard of FAFO parenting?
No, is that a new one?
It is. It's an acronym. You've probably heard of the acronym. It's FAFO parenting.
I haven't been doing much research here lately, though. So.
All right. Well, it's we'll say it stands for fool around and find out.
Oh. Okay. So that one's been around for a while.
It's a thing, yes. At least the term has. But I think it's actually gaining some I guess, controversy in the online world of whether it's right or not, right? If you should allow your kids to seek their own natural consequences, or if we should, in our parental wisdom, do all the things and help them understand consequences before they make mistakes. If I were to sum it up in my own terms.
Okay, so FAFO, and then there's like helicopter, and they're like bulldozer or something.
Yeah, I'd say those are kind of like, or snowplow parenting.
Yes.
There's gentle parenting. Where do you feel like, where do we land? Are we gentle parents?
I feel like it depends on the day. Sometimes, you try to be a gentle parent, but sometimes it's FAFO.
Yeah. Sometimes they fooled around and now they have to find out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that.
That doesn't, I guess, necessarily only mean punishment, but that also can just mean like, if you forget your jacket, you're going to be, or not if you forget it, if you refuse to put it on.
Right.
Within a certain age.
Sure.
2, 1, maybe not.
Well, and they might throw a tantrum about something there, but it's not that they're just inherently, oppositionally defiant, trying to challenge the system of, well, I don't want to wear a coat. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like, okay, not that our kids have recess, but they do play outside and stuff like that. But, a school going child might have recess coming up and mom knows, hey, it's a recess day. I know a lot of schools have like a 30-degree mark or something like that, where if it's wind chill and all that, I think it's 20 above or something, they're going outside. And the kid's like, I don't want to wear a coat. And the parents are saying, okay, Well, then they go out to recess and guess what? Kid's cold.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but more than that, I think, teachers are mad because the kid's cold. The kid can't go outside if they don't have a coat and all this kind of stuff. But how do we navigate through that? A 7-year-old that says, nope, I don't want to wear my coat.
Right. Well, so this makes me think of, it was before Christmas, and the kids and my mom and I we had to go with my mom somewhere. And so then we had to wait. And so we decided to go into a store. And we were in that store, and it was not warm, but like warmer in the morning, and kind of dropped off and got cooler and windier as the day went on. And the cashier was like, oh, has the temperature dropped, and is it windy out there? And I said, yeah, it is. It's starting to a little bit. And she goes, oh, I just wouldn't know because they don't have any coats on. I was like, oh, well, you must not have kids, because I told them all 3 times, and they said, it's warm outside.
Get your coat.
So I guess that could be, an example. And then we all ran to the car cold. But
yeah. Well, and it's funny. I think, again, it's so much more than, as you said, just discipline. It's really about allowing them to experience life. And I think even when our kids were very little, they get up on something, they want to walk across it within reason. It's not like I'm, totally aloof and not paying attention to them at all, but it's like, hey, just so you know, doing what you're doing, there's a higher chance of getting hurt, right? All right, Dad, keep doing it anyway. It's like, okay, I just wanted you to know, walking across that like it's a balance beam, there is a consequence that could be coming, right?
Yes.
And within reason, as long as they're, safe. I think that's the thing. Everybody gets onto the keyboard warrior aspect of side of things where it's like, oh, you're a terrible parent if you let your kid get hurt. It's like, I'm not trying to let my kid get hurt.
Right.
I just want them to safely experience life. I think it's Jordan Peterson, who's, pretty well-known figure in this psychological development space, is, he says all the time, like, you have to allow your kids to do dangerous things carefully. And I think there's a lot of value in that. Like our kiddos, they have a wild streak in them, and they do things, but so along this line of thinking, I have a video. The kids love to watch old photos and videos because that's most of what's on our phone is videos and photos of them. And they didn't know it, but the girls had a trailer, a bumper trailer, flatbed trailer, and it had
like a Barbie?
No, like a real one hooked to my truck. They were walking along the edge of it. And I was so amazed. I was just videoing them. Parts of me wanted to stop them because I was afraid, oh, you could fall, you could get hurt. But I was like, I'm just going to video them and watch them. I'm amazed at their ability to do this. And they were maybe only 4 or 5 years old, but they're just balance beam walking across this. And they knew the consequence. They didn't want to fall. They didn't need me whispering doubt and fear and, anxiety and concern into their mind. And I just videoed them. So the girls brought this up the other day, but again, it sounds so harsh to say fool around and find out style parenting, but it's not. They were just being kids. And sometimes we have to let kids be kids.
Yeah, because you also have to have that fine line of not speaking that fear into them to make them always so fearful. I think there's like some statistic that says that firstborn children are usually more fearful, anxiety ridden, and more type A, ducks in a row, because they're the firstborn, and the parents are like, oh my gosh, don't do that, you could get hurt. And so then they are naturally made into that, and I can completely understand that. So it is
second and third born roll around, they're like eating dirt.
Yeah,
who cares?
they're rolling around.
Yeah, they got one onesie, that's all they have. It's got a hole in it, but it's like, good enough, let's roll. I could see that there's a nature nurture aspect of the firstborn for sure. It's, to an extent though, because we also had twins. But we have a very firstborn, but I don't feel like we were too much that with her. But it's just, I'm just contrasting that. I think it's interesting that there really is these, isms, if you will, of like the firstbornism and middle child. We got a very much so middle child, and she's the twin. She just happened to be the second born twin. Yeah. So I don't know. That's just.
I feel like they wear that proudly. You see those videos of like the differences of the first, second, and third. Yeah. And I feel like they fit us to a T.
Yes.
Sometimes the roles could be reversed any which way, but for the majority, I think that those videos are so funny.
They are, yeah. So, no, you mentioned like helicopter parenting, and the one that I think that's the most prevalent because a lot of us in our generation was raised by a tendency towards helicopter parents, right? Which I always laugh, and I've talked about this before, but like
the instance that the older generation complains about the younger generation that they raised.
Yes.
Find that to be so funny. You made us this way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the thing of it though, helicopter parenting and a lot of children that were helicopter parented, I think they're going one of two directions.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know there was a name for it, but it's FAFO parenting, FAFO parenting, or it's the gentle parenting and the totally snowplow, never let my baby ever get hurt kind of a construct.
Mm-hmm.
And I think personally, I think that's the wrong one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have to allow our kids to experience pain, not physical, just pain, but emotional and, you know, hurt and all these things. We don't want to, but
No, and I feel like that is what is hard, because I want to be a snowplow parent. I don't want
yes,
them to have to deal with anything, especially if it's something that you've gone through before. You want to at all costs protect them from that.
right.
And you and I just had a conversation the other night that was just about that, and how we wish that for our kids we could protect them from any hardships, whether that's like emotional or physical, whatever that may be. We wish that we could protect them from that and help them to never endure that. But really, then we realize, well, they're going to.
Right.
So thank goodness if that is happening right now, that it can happen right now, so that we can be there to love on them and encourage them the way that healed us or healing us
Sure.
from that can do. And we can offer a perspective that is helpful to them and helps them wrap their mind around what's going on.
Yeah. Well, you know, I say this all the time, and even in our own conversations, but with other parents and stuff, about what if what you went through was so that they don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
And that's always been my consideration. But this perspective is different, because it's like, what if you went through it so that you can help them navigate it where you didn't maybe have that help,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you went through, and maybe it's, again, a trauma or an emotional turmoil or whatever it is. And it's like, why, God? Why did I have to endure that? And sometimes I've found a lot of, you know, I guess, peace in the idea that, oh, it was because I'm going to be different. I'm going to do that differently. I'm going to make sure that my children experience that differently. But it's not that, I say all the time, you can't control what happens in the real world. We can't even control what happens in the four walls of our own home, you know, most days.
Right.
So we have no idea what's coming at us, but we can all help our children navigate better because of our experiences, if we allow our experiences to work on us and through us.
Yes. Yeah. And I guess that is, it's just, you know, it is challenging to not want, or to not be able to just protect them from everything. But, you know, it's good for them to figure it out sooner rather than later. A lot of lessons for me, one that's really hard to let them figure out is like pouring their own milk. I love to encourage independence, and I love whenever we're at this age that they want to help with chores.
Sure.
Such a blessing, right? There's nothing that I want more for them. Okay, that's dramatic, but you know what I mean. There's nothing that I want more for them than to know how to take care of themselves and what God has given to them by doing chores and cleaning up and taking care of things. I know that's not what life is all about, but as a person who strives for that, it is.
Sure.
But then they're like, okay, yeah, I want to empty the dishwasher. I'm like, oh,
Whoa.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
You can,
and they get so mad
Yeah.
about if you give them, they know if you're giving them a meaningless task.
Yes.
They're like, Mom, you don't actually need me to go to my room and find a pair of socks.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's like,
So, I mean,
I
growth
want to
has
do
happened.
that. I want to do what you're doing.
Yeah. Now we have a rotating on the calendar. It's ABJ. Actually, it's BAJ, because Brinley was the first one to unload the dishwasher, and so she's like, I'm first. And then it's Avery
Funny.
Jennings, and
Okay.
so everybody gets a day and a turn, and I love it. It really is so helpful. Like this morning, she unloaded the dishwasher for me while I could do other stuff, and every day we have a section of loving on our home, and they do wonderful.
I only laugh because I come rolling through and I was on my way out to feed the animals.
Did you know that we spend about a third of our lives in bed? That's over 8 hours a day that our body should be resting, healing, and restoring. But did you ever stop to think about what we're breathing in during that time? Most mattresses today are made with synthetic foams, flame retardants, and chemicals that release toxins into the air, especially while we sleep. That's why we made the switch to My Green Mattress, made with only clean, organic materials. There's no chemical smell, no off-gassing, just a pure supportive mattress that helps your body truly rest and recover the way it was designed to. As a family, that peace of mind is worth everything. If you want to create a healthier home from the inside out, go check out the link in our description. You'll see exactly why we love our green mattress and why we'll never go back. As parents, we love finding natural ways for our family to feel their best, and that is why we chose Llama. They make genuine Baltic amber jewelry for both kids and adults, known for its soothing and grounding properties. For little ones, it's a beautiful natural option to help with teething and inflammation, and for adults, it can help ease tension and bring a sense of calm throughout the day. Each piece is handcrafted from authentic Baltic amber. It's never plastic, never imitation, just simple, natural comfort that fits your lifestyle. Check out the link in our description to shop Llama, natural comfort for the whole family.
I came up from downstairs and Bryn goes, "Hey, Dad, you want to do the silverware for me?"
She's delegating.
No, there's no delegation here. I said, "Babe, I'd love to help you, but I'm on my way out the
Well,
door
no
to go
wonder
take
I
care of
found the
animals."
silverware set there.
As she did it as she was setting it on the counter.
So
She's
in
like,
her mind, check.
somebody will come along and do that. She didn't want to do that part of it. She just likes the other, which I'm all for. That's probably my least favorite chore in the house. I don't know why. I'd rather hand wash a sink full of dishes than unload the dishwasher.
I don't know why. The unloading is so
And maybe I need to
rewarding.
change my mindset around that.
You
and it
can
would
keep
get
washing
better.
those dishes.
But
That's all right.
I'd rather do that. I'd rather load, obviously load the dishwasher is not difficult, but I've said that forever.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I think it's because I hate that they're a little bit wet sometimes.
Oh, they're not in the dishwasher, though.
Ours does that
Ours
new
is,
thing,
yeah.
but all the dishwashers I grew up with, I guess. So this newfangled dishwasher we got. It's brand new. We're pretty proud of it.
Sure,
but,
it's nice.
but it does. It dries, and I have noticed that about ours. That makes me a little less resistant
I'll
to
have
it.
the extra dry button on.
That's awesome. But it was I think I always hated that because then it's like, well, now I got.
Do I
It's like I'm
dry
already
it, or
kind
do I
of
just like leave it.
yeah. Or then you get the dishes stuck together, and yeah, no good. I didn't like that at all.
Something must have happened to you whenever you were doing that.
I think
chore
it was
as
a
kid.
task I had to do quite a bit as a child, if I had one.
Sounds like it. You're the baby of the family. It all got passed down to you, delegated.
Well, I also figured out that if I just continued to eat, I didn't have to do dishes. So I just ate slowly and got seconds. And then all my sisters were up cleaning up, and then I just had to do my dish.
I
That's
think
it.
it was my mom that said that at dinner time at cleanup when she was a kid, she'd always go to the bathroom. I think, or she was saying that it was my uncle's. I don't remember which
That's what
one.
some people do when the check comes nowadays.
Yeah.
I just gotta go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you get that already?
I was gonna.
Yeah. So no, I think again back to FAFO parenting. It's hard for me. It's a weird term, but
Yeah.
versus I think if we contrast the spectrum between that and I would say gentle parenting, there's definitely a middle ground, and that's probably the best place for all of us to fall.
Mhm.
But I think without a doubt, there's probably more lessons learned that stick to through the let them figure it out style of parenting. But I think there's teachable moments that need to be brought through a loving and tender. And you're so good at that. I wish I was.
That's not necessarily true.
Yeah,
You're
definitely
good at that.
in times.
Yeah.
But what else do you think?
I just think that it's a good balance. Like some days call for that, and some days they need to fear you just a little bit. They don't fear me at all. I mean, at all.
Your mean voice isn't that great. I've
should
heard you holler at
practice.
the dogs.
I try to get real deep. I get a deep voice.
They contrast it with the sweetness that you're always talking to them with. He's a good boy.
He's a
And they're like,
good
wait,
boy.
you're usually talking so sweet to me. Why are you trying
Why
to
do you have such a deep
why are you
voice this
trying to
time?
use that? Same thing with the kids now. Well, what do you think? What do you think is the hardest thing if a parent, tends towards, as you said, like you oftentimes want to intercede and help them avoid pain and things like that? Like what keeps you from doing that?
Well, I don't know that it's a conscious effort to not do it, to not interfere or interrupt.
Oh, so it's just negligence?
Yes.
Just kidding.
Well, give me an example.
That's the far end of opposition to FAFO style parenting is like, oh, well, it's literally, I saw this argument on the internet. It was like sink or swim. Oh my goodness. Like not a thing. Like I'm not saying that. Like we're just talking about this idea of allowing our children to experience life in a way, and we should do that, in a safe style
Yes.
environment. But that doesn't justify the total end of the spectrum where every time they're doing something or insisting on not wearing a coat or not, brushing their teeth. That's the one I was just thinking of a second ago. It's like, how do you do that style of parenting where like there's such a long-term consequence and it's detrimental to their health?
That was just a demand.
Yeah, like brush your teeth.
Yeah. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Why do they
Helicopter. That's when helicopter comes in.
Why do they want to avoid it so much?
I don't know. Jennings will do anything he can to avoid a lot of tasks. But my dad's sisters used to tell the same stories about him, that he would go to get in the shower. I'm glad he doesn't listen to podcasts. And he would just turn on the water and stand in there for a little bit and then turn it off and
Do you know what I'm thinking of?
No.
That home video. So Abby loves Abby loves home videos, and her mom has every home video,
She
categorized
put them on a stick for me,
on
like
a SD or a
US
flash drive.
Yeah.
And you can go through and they're year by year categorized, and it's awesome. And there's this one, Abby. How old are you?
I was probably 8 or 9.
Yeah, 8 years old, and she's in the tub, floating in the tub.
But you have to picture, I had shorter hair at the time. As a kid, I don't know if our ponytails were extra tight or what, but when you put your hair up and you took it down, you had like a big bump, like a big wave in it. So that was there.
That's the thing. I think people with straighter hair.
Okay, I'm like, I don't
your hair
really
was
get them.
straighter than it is now.
Yeah.
Too. Like your childhood. There's ones like little bitty Abby is really curly.
Yeah.
And then there's photos where it's kind of this flow thing.
Mm-hmm.
Your grandma has all the years of photos and all that stuff.
You can see them all.
But the this video, Abby's floating in the tub and she's hollering. She's like, "Mom!" And her mom, she didn't know it, but her mom's videoing through the crack in the door into the tub.
And I'm just laying there. But you
She's
can't see anything. It's just like I'm
splashing
under the
around.
tub.
She says, "Do I have to wash my hair?" And her mom, and while she's waiting for the answer, she goes, "Please say no, please say no, please say no." So at least you were in the tub. That was a graduation.
I was soaking.
But her son will do that with brushing his teeth.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah, I know. He comes by it honest.
But you can't FAFO parent that. You can't be like, "Well, your teeth are right out of your head.
Right.
That's fine. Don't brush them."
No.
Like you parents encourage your kids to brush their teeth.
That's where it's okay to be helicopter.
Yeah, that helicopter. Not snowplow though. Snowplow is I'll brush your teeth for you.
I want to do that so that I know that it's done right.
I know, but that boy will beg someone else to brush his teeth for him.
Well, we got to really handpick his wife.
Yeah.
Oh, he did tell me yesterday. He said, "Mom, if you're not too old and a grandma, then you can be my flower girl in my wedding."
How sweet
and
of
I was
him.
like, "You mean that? But what if I'm old and a grandma?"
Do I get a role in his wedding?
He goes, "Oh, well, you can." He didn't mention, but the girls get to be with me too.
Oh, cool.
Be flower girls. So.
I'll do the wedding.
Yeah, it's probably your role.
I don't know that I could do that. I don't know. I would
No,
hold
you
it
cry like
together.
a baby.
Like a big old baby.
Big old baby.
Be a mess.
It'd be an honor, but
parents.
it's like I also want you to be able to experience the wedding from a dad of the
Sure.
groom point of view.
Yeah. Either way, I don't know. You guys got to let us know. Where do you land on the parenting?
And even for older
Scale.
kids, the parenting of, when do you hand over their finances? I remember it was just like a known thing. When I got a car, oh, you have a car? Well, that means you need insurance, you need gas, you need yada, 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 yada. And if you don't have money for that, you don't go anywhere in said car. I didn't have a whole lot handed to me, but at the same time, I had everything handed to me because I did get that knowledge of how to manage finances from very early. I remember different life, but I remember I was like 16. I had all my finances in an Excel sheet. I haven't changed
Your mom
much.
is the queen of Excel sheets, though.
And I'm like pulling up to McDonald's. I'm like, okay, what can I still get? And I was like, I don't get paid from Walmart till next week. And I was in there counting my pennies, and I used every penny that I had left. Yeah. And I bought myself some McDonald's.
Oh, I love that. Especially funny because you always tell the story that the financial construct of your mind is like your mom would say, you guys got a new van or something, right? It's like, all right,
Oh,
kids,
yeah.
no more going to McDonald's
Yes.
after school and stuff.
That was
so.
always her thing, is like if there was a new expense for the family, like her new car, it was, all right, well, we can't eat out anymore.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so I still did it.
What about so how did you learn how to pump gas?
I just always,
You just did it?
yeah,
I've heard so many stories about like teenagers
not knowing.
not knowing how. God love her. I hope she doesn't listen. But my sister Shannon, like, I don't think she knew how to pump the gas when
Oh.
she first started driving.
I think I was the only girl, but I was always just with my mom.
Yeah.
And so I watched those things. And I think whenever I turned 15, I would try, probably
Yeah.
before that as well. But there's a lot but I also was, I don't know, I was always around just watching. So I feel like,
Oh, that's where Brinley gets it.
I think it is, honestly. I really do. She loves to just watch people work. I remember going down to the shop. I would just watch my dad work, watch him, do whatever. I just want to be involved and
I love it. I love
learn.
it. Yeah.
And I think that that's helpful because we had snow and my van was pulled into the garage and Ryan's truck was gone. And I'm like, okay, kids, there's no way that I can back out of the garage and be able to make it. We'll slide down because our driveway's kind of I'm like, I'll slide down and we won't get anywhere. So I had to turn around my van in the garage, and I'm like, get in, kids.
Cue Austin Powers.
Yes,
like the ding, ding, ding,
I mean, it
ding,
was
ding, ding.
probably 10 back and forth,
That's
back
pretty
and forth,
impressive.
until I got all the way turned around and my nose was pointed out, and I was like, hold on, and we went.
Send it.
I mean, my kids are like, oh, I can't believe you know how to do this, Mom. I'm like, mm-hmm.
That's good. It's because nobody snowplow parented you.
No.
Just allowed you to do things.
And some things in my life, you aren't going to tell me that I can't do it or that it won't work.
Watch me.
Mm-hmm.
Watch me.
Yep.
I love that. And that's good. That's I think what we all want, right? We all want that for our kids. We want to raise happy, healthy, well-regulated, well-adjusted kids.
Yeah.
And if you are a FAFO parent or a gentle parent or somewhere in between, we love having you as a part of the conversation. Let us know in the comments what your vote is. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the video. And thanks for joining the conversation.
From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with someone you know and leave a review. By doing so, we're able to grow this community of amazing people just like you and raise a generation of children that know God and do His will on earth. We'll see you next time.
This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin.
Tell them what research means.
All right. It means I was on TikTok. But that's okay.
Yes.
So I was on TikTok and the Holy Spirit jumped into my algorithm.
There you go.
Welcome to the Natural Parents Podcast, where we will cover all things faith, health, family, and wealth through a biblical perspective of putting things in life that matter most back into order. We're reminded in Matthew 6:33, where Jesus said, "But seek first the kingdom of God and all of His righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you." Join us each week as we focus on what truly matters most in this life and passing those values on to the next generation. This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. You look radiant today.
Oh, thanks.
I really do mean it. Not just that your sweatshirt says radiant, but also that you just finished up teaching and speaking and attending the Radiant event in
Yes.
Eureka, Illinois. I had the pleasure of listening to your talk.
You were the only man in the room.
That was scary.
Yeah. He snuck in, asked Emily, who put on Radiant, if he could come. And he surprised me by being there and then was called out for being the only man in the room,
Yeah.
but in a very loving and supporting way.
If you have a room full of women, an event, something of that sort, or event with couples, anything like that, put Abby on your speaker list because she was a star of the show as far as I'm concerned.
Only part you heard.
Like I said, star of the
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
Star of the show.
Okay.
No, it was great. I would love to recap your talk
and the things you were teaching on at that event here on the podcast, because it taught me things. It taught me stuff, some things that I was working through in my own faith journey and my own knowledge of God and things like that. And just seeing you and hearing you give the talk that you gave was profound for me. And I know, I mean, standing in the back of the room, I saw a lot of women taking notes because I think it was very relevant for them. But the whole concept was amazing. So would you just share with us a little bit of the idea, like title of your talk, and what the major premise of it was?
Yeah, so the title of it was The Standard. And the main thing that I really wanted to talk about was just how in life the world just feeds us lies, especially women. I mean, I know that men have their own version of that, but a woman's, I feel like, is tied to not only herself, her success, what she does, what she looks like, how she appeals to men, but also motherhood and if she's doing enough there, but also she has little ones watching her and needed 24/7, and just all of these things that happen all at the same time, coexisting together, and how to just know that you're perfect the way that you are.
Sure.
You are wonderful. You're unique. There's nobody like you. And why are we trying to be some like one size fits all? Everybody likes us, people pleasing, but also just trying to be something that we weren't created to be.
Sure. And I know, again, you were speaking to a room of women and mothers to be and grandmothers and all walks of life there, all stages of life. But I loved the way that you said it, because I don't think it's like a necessarily by any means like a cop out, but it's so much so that we all, women, men, everyone in this world, we are fighting the lies of the enemy that thinks that we're not enough. Mm-hmm. And I mean, to an extent, at some point in time, you got to get to the end of yourself and say, you know what, I'm not, mm-hmm. but this is who God made me to be. And I'm going to do the best that I can to walk this life in an honoring way to mm-hmm. him. But the way you said it, I loved it, was that you are God's standard for you. Mm-hmm. Like we tell our girls this all the time, our son as well, that you are fearfully and wonderfully made by God. He loves you. Like he made you so perfectly the way you are. We're far from perfect, right? And we should be striving to be the best we can in our health and in our faith walk and in our, self-development, our mental capacities, all these things. I think we can all work on being a better version of ourselves. That's the Ryan Excelsior concept, which I love. But like God made you who you are. Quit trying to be somebody else.
Right.
You said to the ladies in the room a couple of things that made me chuckle. It's like, you got straight hair, you're trying to curl it. You got curly hair, you're trying to straighten it. Makeup, contoured cheekbones. Everybody's trying to be the same version of, what the magazine covers are looking like. Mm-hmm. And it's like, why would you do that? The creator of the universe made you have the cheekbones you have for a reason. He mm-hmm. gave you the eyes and the eye color you have for a reason, and the hair you have for a reason. Like, be you. Mm-hmm. A mentor of mine, somebody said this one time. He said, if I'm trying to be you, neither of us are in the room.
Yeah.
I'm not you. And I'm not me. I'm not authentically being who I was created to be. And so we don't need more repeats, copies, things of that nature. And so I just loved everything that you spoke on in that talk about that.
Yeah, and I think that we don't spend enough time reflecting on who we are and what we are called to. We just think that our gifts and our talents and our looks and our hobbies and how we take care of our home has to look like everybody else's,
right? Or
what we see. And social media in general can be very influential. It can be inspiring, or it can be the trap of comparison. And that's, I think a lot of the time, it's more comparison. It's not inspirational. We're just comparing ourselves against it and then constantly feeling like we're not enough. And in my talk, I did talk about how at the very beginning of time, Satan attacked Eve.
Yeah.
And
this
so
was my favorite part.
From the very beginning, we have been attacked as women, and it's the same devil with new tricks.
Right.
And today it's just through social media, or, we talk about a lot who you surround yourself with, what you consume, right, what you're listening to, what you're watching. All of that has a way of speaking into your life. And you have to make sure that it's speaking life and not
Sure.
death. And the same goes for what comes out of you, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times what you put in is what comes out. And so I think it's just this big vicious cycle of, if we're not really conscious of that and treat our mind and our soul with
Sure.
that much care and attention, then we can fall into that trap.
Yeah, and I think, we hear it so many times. If anybody's been around a church or heard a Bible story or anything like that, we know a bit about what the Bible says is the creation story, right? God created the earth, and then he caused man to fall asleep and created Eve and all stuff. And then there's chapter 3. We make it 3 whole chapters into the Bible, and mankind messes up God's whole plan, right? But if we actually look at that and break it down and slow down and read that story, we realize that women, and Eve in this story, and the wife, men in your life, in your home, the mother inside of your house, has always been Satan's primary attack in this world. And so God had an ideal when he set up the world. He created it. He put us in Eden, put us in the midst of the garden. He gives man and woman and said that, subdue, cultivate, regenerate, do all of this stuff, like live in this world. And we had a version of heaven on earth. And then the enemy whispered into whose ear? Eve's, right? And so Eve, I don't fault her. I think Adam's primary job, men, your job is to protect your woman from whatever lies the enemy is trying to tell her in her ear. I don't know where Adam was on chapter 3 of the Bible story, but he wasn't where he was supposed to be, protecting the mind and the heart of his wife. He was leaving her susceptible. And so, men, you actually are a prophet and a priest and a king inside of your home, and you should be protecting primarily your wife and praying circles around her mind and protecting her, because the enemy, more than we could ever even imagine, because we've never been his primary attack, but the women in this world have always been the primary attack. And I just loved that you shared that with people, because it's so simple. It's like, oh, well, yeah, but it's almost like we blame Eve, but it's not. I mean, she was just susceptible to the attack of the enemy that wants to steal, kill, and destroy. That's what John 10:10 tells us. And so he's trying to kill, steal, and destroy every woman's peace on this earth, because he knows if he can get to her inside her home's going to break. Mm-hmm. And when the home is broken, now look what we got.
Yeah.
A broken world. Mm-hmm. And I really believe that this whole premise, what we feel called to stand for, is to combat that. Yeah. And I think you took back some ground from the enemy for the kingdom of God this weekend when you got to share that with those women.
Yeah, you're right. Because we are the target, yep. And, it's womanhood and it's motherhood. And, because of that, families have the ability to be broken because of that. Because if moms are listening to the lies of the world and not God's voice on who he says that she is, yeah, what will happen? That's when marriages become hard. Yeah. Especially, I mean, you do such an amazing job at making sure that I tune out the whispers, and you really do an amazing job at being louder than the whispers. And so thank you for that. Or else I wouldn't have gotten up to speak. Sure. But, it's so crucial that we know that. And if you can just picture it, I heard this woman was doing some research the other day, and did you know that we spend about a third of our lives in bed? That's over 8 hours a day that our body should be resting, healing, and restoring. But did you ever stop to think about what we're breathing in during that time? Most mattresses today are made with synthetic foams, flame retardants, and chemicals that release toxins into the air, especially while we sleep. That's why we made the switch to My Green Mattress, made with only clean, organic materials. There's no chemical smell, no off-gassing, just a pure supportive mattress that helps your body truly rest and recover the way it was designed to. As a family, that peace of mind is worth everything. If you want to create a healthier home from the inside out, go check out the link in our description. You'll see exactly why we love our green mattress and why we'll never go back. As parents, we love finding natural ways for our family to feel their best, and that is why we chose Llama. They make genuine Baltic amber jewelry for both kids and adults, known for its soothing and grounding properties. For little ones, it's a beautiful natural option to help with teething and inflammation, and for adults, it can help ease tension and bring a sense of calm throughout the day. Each piece is handcrafted from authentic Baltic amber. It's never plastic, never imitation, just simple, natural comfort that fits your lifestyle. Check out the link in our description to shop Llama, natural comfort for the whole family. I heard this woman say that,
Tell them what research means.
all right, it means I was on TikTok, but that's okay.
Yes.
So I was on TikTok and the Holy Spirit jumped into my algorithm.
There you go.
And this woman told this story about how she was texting her brother and they weren't getting along. They were going back and forth. Basically what she was trying to do was convince her brother to come to Thanksgiving, and he hadn't been for a few years, and so they were going back and forth. And what happened was, she said she had this vision all of a sudden that she could see her brother texting her back, but around his neck were two snakes and they were whispering into his ear. And when the snakes noticed her presence, they looked up at her and had a nasty little grin on their face and said, "You're not talking to him, you're talking to us." And I think that it's a great moment that we can really visualize what's going on whenever we hear those whispers.
Sure.
If you can just picture those snakes, then it is so much easier to tune them out and know, oh, nope, that's just you trying to get a hold of me. I must be onto something. I must be making you nervous. I must be doing something that is going to give glory where it's due.
Amen.
And you're just nervous about it.
Yeah, and like I love that you said that, because it's so true. And I think a lot of women, and somebody speaking to me about preparing you for your talk and things like this, or we were talking about it. She was like, "How's Abby doing?" And I said, "Well, good. I think she's going forth with it." Like, but we all, you and me, we both deal a lot with the feeling of inadequacy and unworthiness, and who are we to be on here on this, even on this platform, on this podcast, sharing about what we're sharing about right now. And the woman's like, "Wow, well, kudos to you guys, because I hear the same whispers, but I don't do it." And I was encouraged by that, and I appreciated her transparency, but also it was just affirming to me, because people have often asked, how do you know that you're on the right path in life? And I have, and it might be to a fault, but I think if you're not feeling that opposing force, those whispers of the enemy, I'm not even sure you're on the right path for your life. Not that we need to go out seeking the devil to whisper in our ears, but I just think that if he's trying to tear you down, if you can see it for that, like you said, that he's trying to whisper a lie into your ear so that it can get you to stop whatever action you're going to take. I mean, you were hearing the whispers. I'm not good enough. Who am I? Like, you're texting me sitting in the room. You're like, nope. Like, I don't think I belong here. I was like, the fact that you're texting me that right now tells me you're exactly where you're supposed to be, because, and I said, there's 100 women in that room that need to hear your message. And you said 150, and like yikes face, and it's like, exactly, like he is so scared, and he runs scared because we have, and this was the greatest point, and the culmination of your talk is that we have power through Jesus to cast down those lies and to defeat the enemy. And we have to be doing that for our families so that we can create the future that we all want for our children in the next generation. Like, we all want a better world that they live in, whether you realize it or not. If you stopped and said, do I like the exact situation the world is, or would I like it to be even a little bit better? You might think the world is perfect today. Or near perfect today, but I bet it could get a little better tomorrow. You might, like everyone, I think we could believe that and agree on that there would be better if there was less division, less homelessness, less starvation, less problems in our world. And I'm telling you, I think the secret sauce to that is fixing the broken home.
Yes, absolutely. And that goes into the mother's mindset, but also the father's. And, just how that relationship looks in a marriage.
Yeah.
And it is a lot of why, it starts now, and it starts before you feel like it's time to fix any of that. It takes a while. It takes a ripple effect for that to happen.
Yeah. Well, and I think if you're going to let me yell at the guys for a second, guys, I think you have to cherish your wife. I mean, this word comes up with us, but it's like, she is a gift from the King of the universe to you. Like, God gave you your wife, and you have to start to see her for that. Stop looking outside in the world for something that your wife's not. God gave you everything that you need and the wife that he provided for you. And your job is to love her and to cherish her and to lift her up and to protect her, and do that as your primary goal. And if you feel like something is broken in your life, if you fix that, I promise you, you will fix whatever it is that you're actually trying to solve for. And so I don't know. I feel really passionately about that that's our job. Moms, we see it all the time in society that, it's a societal accepted standard that mom is the thermostat for the home, right? Like, I mean, you've heard it said, mama ain't happy, nobody's happy. And I believe that to an extent. And there's also good reason for that. She's got an emotional connection to things that we don't have. What's going on in the home? What's, things that guys, I just don't think we're programmed to understand. And so if you look to your wife in a way of saying, how can I best serve her? What is her love language? How does she feel loved? How does she feel heard? How does she feel supported? The number one thing you're looking for is respect. Every man on the planet. Like, we don't want anything more than that. And it maybe you've never thought of it that way, but when you think about it, it's just like, I don't need anything more than just like appreciation. You'll ask me, hey, what can I do or something like that? Just love me.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how great I am, whatever. And not like coddling. Tell me also when I'm falling short, because
Yes.
we can handle that. We'll
Mm-hmm.
get through it. But at the same time, it's like all we have to do to get there is to love and cherish our wives unconditionally, just the same way that God loves us. Like you said, you're the standard for you. You're God's standard for you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, love your wife the same way that God loves you. Because if you're in Christ, then God only sees Jesus when he looks at you. Not all your faults, not all your bad stuff, but what Jesus did for you. And we should be looking at our wives in the same light. And I promise you, your home and your environment's going to get a whole lot better.
And I think that the same can be said, that wives, like, they have to have respect for their husbands. And we've talked about that before, just where, okay, well, what comes first, like the chicken or the egg, like the
Sure.
respect or the actions to be respected, right? And so I think that that's just also, it goes both ways.
It does go both ways, but like imagine a marriage built around that, like competing over who could serve the other one better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like not in a completely, and people have tough time with this word, and we could dive into the actual meanings of it, but like not in a submissive or a passive or a coddling type of a way, but like, how could I best serve my spouse? And if that were the competition, like, oh, I'm going to outserve her today. Like she made me lunch. She did this, she did that. Okay, well, I'm going to do this. How can I give her that? How can I make sure that her feet are warm when she gets into bed, or like whatever,
Yes.
right? How can I serve her and give her the greatest desire of her heart, which is to be loved, to know that she is lovely and worthy of your love. Like if we could just compete over that as opposed to always being right, look out. Changing the world.
So one of my friends told me that her grandma used to heat up like a rice sock, or maybe it was like one of those things that you can put hot water into. And every night she would go and put it at the foot of her husband's side of the bed, so that every time that he went to get in, it was warm and toasty in there. And it gets me to thinking, because I think that if we didn't have as many distractions as we do in today's time, we would do sweet things like that and know more about our spouses and how they like things, and what would make things above and beyond.
Yeah.
And really get back to those romanticizing the small little details of everyday life that not only is, may help them or be good for them, but also shows them how much that you care and love them.
How long has that couple been married?
I don't even know.
Almost 60 something years.
Yeah. Or probably more. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
wild, right? So again, I think none of us get and start a marriage with the idea of ending a marriage, and that's the worst thing ever. And I think it's upsetting to God, not in the sense like he's upset with you, but it's just not his ideal for the situation, right? But I think if we come back to, as you're saying, what are the little things? What are the small things? Like, I don't need you to heat my side of the bed, but I definitely bring my warmth to the bed for your cold legs. I could warm it. I could put something in there for your cold toes, but I think you actually find some sort of enjoyment in putting your cold toes on me.
I'm just like, just real quick.
But I'm here for it. I'm good with it. So
Good. Yeah. I think that that is just a hope for, this past weekend, was just that women really can defeat the whispers and tune them out more and more and everything. And I think if you really stop and think about, does this idea or does this mindset bring me peace, or does it make me feel like not enough? You can know whose voice that really is.
yeah, I always say all the time, there's three voices oftentimes inside my head. God's, the enemy's, and my own. And sometimes the only one that's worth listening to, I say all the time, the only one worth listening to is God's. I think sometimes my own voice could be good if it's God inspired, but definitely want to drown out the whispers and the lies of the enemy. And so I'm so glad that you were able to share this weekend with the 150 plus women that were in the room, plus one
Plus
man.
one man.
And also here on the podcast for all our listeners, because my prayers that this blesses you in ways that we can't ever understand. I believe God will use it in your life to benefit his purposes and his will. And I just pray that y'all, if you're listening to this, you might yield your life to him and whatever he has for you.
From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with someone you know and leave a review. By doing so, we're able to grow this community of amazing people just like you and raise a generation of children that know God and do his will on earth. We'll see you next time.
This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. Everybody always says, I want to change the world. And if they don't want to change it, I think they might admit that they wish it was a little bit different place. See, we all want our kids to grow up and be happy, healthy, live a better life than what we're living now. But yet, so many of our families are disconnected, overwhelmed, really in turmoil. And it made me think the other day about a Mother Teresa quote. And the quote says, if you want to change the world, then go home and love your family. I love the quote. I thought of it. And the more I thought of it, it really started to disrupt my thinking. I thought, at first, this is sentimental. This makes you feel good. But the more you ruminate on that, it starts to change your perspective of it. And so I think that there is power in this quote, and Ab and I are going to talk about it today. Welcome to the Natural Parents Podcast, where we will cover all things faith, health, family, and wealth through a biblical perspective of putting things in life that matter most back into order. We're reminded in Matthew 6:33, where Jesus said, "But seek first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you." Join us each week as we focus on what truly matters most in this life and passing those values on to the next generation. This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. So, Ab, what do you think? Mother Teresa said, if you want to change the world, go home and love your family.
I don't think I'd ever heard it before whenever you brought it up, and I was like, wow. Yeah. I think that that's how, you raise good people. You raise people who are loving, is
right.
Doing just that. And it can be broken down in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, people say all the time, hurt people,
Mm-hmm.
right? Well, what do loved people do?
Right.
I would have to think that they love people.
Mm-hmm.
So Mother Teresa was very, inspirational in her works and everything that she did. But I think it really, for me, it epitomizes what we want to do for and with this, if you will, platform, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
of just like loving our families in a way that puts Christ in the center of our home, but then also invites other people to do that. Because I think so much of the turmoil and the brokenness in the world, we talk about this all the time, and I want to talk about it more today, is it really comes from the fallout of the strong family unit.
Mm-hmm.
Satan himself attacked Eve in the garden, and immediately God's ideal for his creation was broken. And I think our families are a version of God's ideal in this world and in this life. And if we could have individual homes all across America, all across the world, loving each other really, really well, we just might have the ability and the power to change the world for the next generation.
Yeah, and it kind of makes me think back to, there was a quote that you said the other day. I don't remember it exactly, but it was about every kid deserves.
Oh, yeah.
What's that quote?
Oh, I wish I could tell you the person's name. No, that's
Okay.
all right. It's great. But the quote is, every child deserves at least one adult that is wildly crazy about them.
Yeah. And I feel like those two quotes can kind of come together, because I feel as though it all comes back down to love.
Sure.
Just like you said, hurt people hurt people. And I believe that wholeheartedly. And there's a lot of different people that I've encountered in life that maybe have caused hurt. And it's almost to the T, you can trace it back to their childhood. Maybe they didn't have a strong family, or they were hurt.
Right.
And I think that it is just so important that children feel loved and they feel from a parent or a parental figure, if they don't have direct parents, they feel that love.
Sure.
And I think that that is a great foundation, and I would assume is what Mother Teresa meant by that.
Sure.
Is because when love is the foundation of everything,
Right.
You just
It'd be pretty cool if we could interview her and get some
Yeah.
follow-up thoughts on that and stuff of
let's have her in.
yeah, of that nature. But I think there's this, we see it, how many great and amazing organizations and charitable organizations exist in the world. And I think of it oftentimes in terms of think of like an emergency room. Some of y'all, if you've ever gone to an emergency room for, I don't know, like a cut or a scrape, or you're fighting the flu or a cold, a lot of times those are the ones that wind up sitting in the waiting room for a really long time, right? But if you're in the waiting room and you say, hey, I can't feel things in my hand, it's kind of tingling or it hurts, my chest is really sore, short of breath, like all those things, suddenly you're getting a lot of attention out of the nursing staff or the triage staff, right?
Yeah.
You become the most popular person in the room, and it's because there is a huge issue taking place when we see those symptoms, right? And those symptoms being, heart attack like symptoms, possible, cardiovascular disease. That's a huge issue, and we need to solve for that in our world and in our healthcare. And I think of, homelessness and child sex trafficking and huge issues that our world is facing today. And there's amazing organizations out there that support that. And we want this organization to support those types of initiatives that combat that darkness in the world. But if you look at it and you're like, wait a second, go back to my emergency room. How do we prevent, right? Like the person in that situation isn't looking for prevention. They're looking for a cure, right? How do we prevent heart disease or heart attacks from happening? Well, we got to go way back to when we start. We got to make good choices and do all right, eat healthy, move our bodies, exercise, all this stuff. Well, how do we prevent homelessness? How do we prevent the unrest in the Middle East? How do we prevent all of these things? I actually think it comes down to loved people, loving people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right, I do. And I think that, there's a self-worth aspect that ties into all of those different scenarios. And it brings us to, foster care and kids needing loving homes. And when I think about all of that, I'm like, how do I build a home big enough to love on all of them? Yes.
I mean, that's been our prayer. It's like, Lord, just break my heart for what breaks yours. And it's like, it comes top of mind, right? There's so many children in the world that don't have the privilege of going to bed in a loving home at night.
Right.
Be it in America or somewhere else, right? Mm-hmm. And that's just, it's hurtful. It's heartbreaking,
Yeah.
And I want to stand in that gap in some ways,
Right. And I do. I think that a lot of it does begin at home and with loving and good routines and family dinners. And, it doesn't have to be picture perfect all of the time. It just has to be like a trustworthy relationship and bond, and just being like, you are loved and it's okay to, in life, because I feel as though that sometimes down the road in life, they get into, well, nobody loves me. Everybody's out to get me. And I think that that's just all roots back to what they grew up with.
Sure. Well, how do you speak to this? Because I struggle with this. You probably do better at it than I, but it's like, it doesn't feel big enough. Like my family's small. We just have 3 kiddos. How does me going home and loving my 3 kids actually change the world? Mm-hmm. Like, again, I don't know.
It's a ripple effect. And it's, think of who all your kids interact with during the week at their age now, but then think about when they're older and how many people they interact with. And if they're loving and they're kind, what that does, that trickle effect does. But then also, if I'm being real honest, we're in a season of life right now where it feels like you can't catch a break. Mm-hmm. And it feels, it can feel as though people are wronging you without blinking an eye.
Sure.
And if our kids grow up and they aren't that, right? Because they have a foundation laid, then that is a different ripple effect versus if they grew up and ripped people off, stopped communicating with people, didn't deliver what they said they were going to deliver, whatever it may be.
Sure.
Look at that ripple effect. Both of them have an effect in
Sure.
it's A or B, you know,
Well,
and
how
then that
easy?
changes.
Yeah. So how easy is it at times in life when anybody else, if you're going through a season like what it feels like we're going through in this season, is it easier to release that, let it go, love the people anyway? You know what I'm saying? Or is it easier, more in tune with our physiology to be like on defense and ready to lash back out? And you know what I mean? Just kind of like you were saying, a ripple effect of that. But it's like, what if our homes could stand in that gap and say, you know what? Like we're called first and foremost to love. Like Jesus said, like they'll know you by how you love one another. And sometimes I think it's really easy to love a person, even in our own homes, that loves you back. But how is it to love every single person on the face of the earth as a true image bearer of God? God created them, and if God created them, then Jesus died on the cross for them. Sometimes people are not easy to love, but when we always operate out of a place of love because it's what was taught to us inside of our home, that now you're starting to make it make sense to me.
Yeah.
Because that feels big enough to change the world.
Yeah. And it's also, you know, there's a bit, I don't know if you want to call it pride, that you have to swallow to love someone and be kind to somebody who has wronged you.
Right.
Or, you know, wronged you, ripped you off, whatever you want to say, whatever the situation may be.
Sure.
It's challenging to be kind, but you don't also win anything by being unkind. You're like, well, maybe you need a little bit of extra love, so I guess I'll give it to you, even though it doesn't feel like you deserve it right now.
I'll say all the time, I don't like you, but I do love you. You know?
Yeah.
I might not like you. And I think there is, again, now we're getting into dialogue and interactions of adult to adult.
Did you know that we spend about a third of our lives in bed? That's over 8 hours a day that our body should be resting, healing, and restoring. But did you ever stop to think about what we're breathing in during that time? Most mattresses today are made with synthetic foams, flame retardants, and chemicals that release toxins into the air, especially while we sleep. That's why we made the switch to My Green Mattress, made with only clean organic materials. There's no chemical smell, no off-gassing, just a pure supportive mattress that helps your body truly rest and recover the way it was designed to. As a family, that peace of mind is worth everything. If you want to create a healthier home from the inside out, go check out the link in our description. You'll see exactly why we love our green mattress and why we'll never go back. As parents, we love finding natural ways for our family to feel their best, and that is why we chose Llama. They make genuine Baltic amber jewelry for both kids and adults, known for its soothing and grounding properties. For little ones, it's a beautiful natural option to help with teething and inflammation, and for adults, it can help ease tension and bring a sense of calm throughout the day. Each piece is handcrafted from authentic Baltic amber. It's never plastic, never imitation, just simple, natural comfort that fits your lifestyle. Check out the link in our description to shop Llama, natural comfort for the whole family.
Communication oftentimes in business or in just relationship, whatever it looks like, it's like you're not being very likable right now, but because I am loved by the creator of the universe, I can choose to love you for that common ground, because I know that you were created in the same likeness. You know what I'm saying? We're obviously, every human is unique, but the fact that we were both made by the same God, and that God sent his son to die for you on the cross, like, I can love you. And sometimes loving someone looks like setting boundaries and keeping, space and distance. I don't want people to hear what we're talking about here and just think like, oh, you've got to get walked all over your whole life and pushed around just because you're, I love it. We read this story with the kiddos out of their illustrated Bible the other night of like Jesus going in and flipping tables in the temple. It's like, again, we have to allow Jesus to deal with their hearts. It's not our job to, produce the righteousness of God. I mean, in fact, there's scripture that says that, right? It's like human anger does not produce the righteousness of God. And so it's like, I say this all the time, and this is something I've been working on a lot lately, is to operate out of love and not anger. Like sometimes it's easy. It's easy for me to flip that switch and go to anger. We were joking one time. Our pastor was giving a sermon, and he said something like, "You can't tell somebody to be happy. Like happy's not, just turn on, like emotions. You can't do that." I just turned to you. I was like, anger. I can do that. I can turn that on right now. You mad? I'll be madder. Let's go. And so I think that's an important caveat to remember, is that it's like our default,
this is the other thought. What pours out of you when you get bumped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the old
Mm-hmm.
coffee cup analogy or water cup analogy, or again, you love them, the fruit of the spirit. Like if life is bumping you,
Yeah.
pushing you around, and you're inside of a proverbial cup, and so something's spilling out of you, is it love or is it anger? In my
Mm-hmm.
world, it's easy to put anger in my cup, but I've been working really hard lately on putting love inside of it. And if we could do that for our families and our kids, teach them,
Yeah.
that's the default, right?
And I think, again, that also comes back to something that's easy to establish in childhood is making sure that you are modeling the fruits of the Spirit, and then they will adopt that identity and habits and response to situations in life. And so even now, it is a great opportunity to be like, I'm going to show up this way, even though, yeah, I was wronged in that, but I'm still going to show up this way. And it's still just a really good example for kids to then see that and model that. And so I think a lot of times that can come back to childhood as well.
For sure. I think you had a good point on this the other day in talking about how exhausting it can be to model that in a world that is ultimately, I'll just say, in a world that's ran by the enemy. He's just running rampant in here, and so we're working very hard because it's not like our flesh, it's not like our bodies or our brains, even for that matter, default to go into peace, love, patience, kindness, all of these things, like, and how it can feel exhausting to turn that on when you're in the midst of like a trial or what can feel even like an oppressive, just an opposition from the enemy. How speak to that, I guess, like why do you think that it is so exhausting to turn that on sometimes?
Well, I think that so say somebody does something to you and you have a choice to respond in anger or in love. The enemy wants you to respond in anger. And so when you kind of think about that, and he's like, you better get him back. You better
get him.
You better tell him. Speak your mind. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's the enemy wanting you to
Say
do
less.
that. Yeah. And so, but what is the result? If you speak in anger to them, what does it do to them? Make
Right.
them angrier, more resentful. So you obviously
you wanna
have to
hear?
be
I'm gonna
that.
go there, and just
Right.
now one upping each other and
Yeah. And so then if you respond in love, well, like,
love.
right. Like they will feel that also. And maybe you're the first person to ever give them grace ever. And maybe that will rub off. Who knows what that could do. But anger is only going to provoke more bad.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And so I think that it's important that we pay attention to that and just pay attention to who wants us to be angry. Do you think God's like, go get them?
Get 'em.
Right? No.
Yeah.
Like he is going to ask that you treat them with kindness and love and all of that. And he'll deal with them later. You know what I mean? Like that's between them and God,
Sure. Yeah. I think there is scripture that says something to that effect, right? Like vengeance is mine. Like I'll handle it.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to worry about it. I think it's very important for us as parents, but just people within society, within this earthly realm, to just work tirelessly every day to operate out of a state of love and kindness. And obviously there's going to be days that you don't feel like doing that, but I think we have a very slippery slope of treating everyone throughout your day that way and then getting home and letting your family have it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's hard.
Yeah.
And that's where, again, this quote, it just keeps coming back to me. It's like, go home and love your family. You want to change the world, go home and love your family. We can't be out in the business and in the marketplace or wherever and putting a smile on and being good and just pouring out. And we go home and our family gets some dilapidated, second
Crummy,
best, scraps version of you. And I speak to that from a very personal note because I can do that or have that tendency just as much as anybody. It's like, oh man, what a hard and long day and dealing with this and that person. And oh my goodness, and now I'm going home and I'm going to let my true colors shine. And here comes my family around the door. And it's like, now I'm mad, It's like, nope, that's definitely not what Mother Teresa was talking about. Your enterprise, your push, some of y'all have amazing charitable, companies, charity-based nonprofit organizations and things like that. And that's the thing. Even like I've even heard this out of different pastors and things. It's like church itself becomes the thing that is so burdensome that then the family is left with the leftovers.
Yes. Yeah, I completely agree. And, I think that it's okay to come home and maybe share like the one good, one bad from your day or something, get it off your chest. Cause I think that sometimes we go through and we have maybe a rough day and then we just bury it and bury it and bury it and we don't ever deal with it. But then also when you're coming home, making sure that you just like take a second to switch gears.
Yeah.
You know, you're no longer in work mode. Okay, let me be in family mode, in play mode, and let me kind of wipe the slate clean so that I don't have this right up here to the threshold ready
Right.
to spill over and just be agitated. But I think just getting that off of your chest and letting it be what it was, and then closing that door and walking into your home and being able to be fully there.
Yeah, you almost need some kind of a practice for that.
Mhm.
I know for some people it's just the commute home. I
Yeah.
noticed, or I listen to a lot of things on my way to the office, but on the way home, oftentimes it's just silence, alone with my thoughts.
Yeah.
Trying to release and let things go. Sometimes I do need you to be my sounding board for X, Y, Z, something happened, anything like that. And I appreciate you for being that for me. But I think I always give the caveat, and you're like, hey, you don't got to do that. It's good. It's okay.
Mhm.
We're that for each other.
Yes.
It's just like, hey, heads up. Here comes a splash of negativity. You ready?
And I think that's good. I don't know if there's any science behind this or anything that explains it, but I really do think that when you can vocalize stuff and get it off your chest, even if it is negative, I know you see a lot of things that are like, oh my gosh, don't speak negatively and all of that. But I think that in the moment, for a split moment, like, let me just get this out and off my chest. And it does. It feels like it takes a weight
Yeah.
off of it because you're like,
Oh.
okay, out of my mind, off of there.
I can take
Now
a deep
you
breath.
know how I was maybe feeling. And, it's just kind of like we're
Well,
on the same page.
How oftentimes do you do something like that and realize that what you were thinking when you said it out loud, how ridiculous it was?
Yeah.
And so it could just be a negative thought pattern that you're having, or something like, I share this example with people all the time. One day I was just really in my feels, having a bad day, and I was like, in here, in my mind, had something ruminating around about, I guess, if you will, my identity. And I wrote it down. And y'all, it was not some therapeutic, get it off your mind. I've heard it said, move it from your head, through your heart, out your hand, like light it. Like I've heard all these practices where, but I was just like, I was just being petty, and I wanted to go home and complain to Abby about this thought that I was having about myself. And I wrote it down, and not only writing it, but then seeing it written and having to form a full thought to get that out. I was like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. If I go home and tell her that, she's going to tell me to knock it off. Like, that's ridiculous. And so sometimes there is just this aspect of get it out, but we want to be really sure that, that is the minority of how we're spending our time with our family. Don't let your pursuit, whatever it is, God might have laid something on your heart to run after headlong.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're supposed to do that with our family and make sure that our family is first over the pursuit that we're, running after. We say all the time, faith, health, family, then wealth. That wealth, it's just, it rhymes with health, y'all. It could be wealth, material wealth. That's an important, construct. And Jesus talks a lot about money, and we need to have a good relationship with it, in the sense that I think the best thing ever, if you could teach your family and your kids, is not to work for money, but get money to work for you. Like, if you just change that connotation, because the scripture talks about all the time, is like, money's lordship over us. Yeah. Is it? Are you working for it? Is that the whole drive? Is that the whole mindset that you have all day long? But I'll digress. Really, when we say wealth, we really mean that thing that steals all the rest of our time, right? Be it might not be wealth in the sense of, hey, I go to, work this job or anything like that. It might be some pursuit that the Lord has put on our heart. Well, he would never have given us that for it to take a precedence over our relationship with him.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want an idol or a false god or anything like that in the place of where he should be. He doesn't want us to neglect our own health to pursue it. Definitely the family he gave you shouldn't take a back burner to the thing you're running after. But rightfully so, it should be in its right place. And fourth on the list is where I think it falls.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just think it's awesome that we can all have a place to start, because I think a lot of people want to change the world or do good for the world in the future. And if we really just stop and know you want to change the world, like, go home and love your family, I think that that's just a really good settling place to start and make sure that our focus is. From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with someone you know and leave a review. By doing so, we're able to grow this community of amazing people just like you and raise a generation of children that know God and do His will on earth. We'll see you next time.
This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin.
We will feel rich once we have those items, and we really aren't going to, because that happiness comes within us. Like, that is something that is already there, and a lot of times we are just searching for that to happen whenever we're out buying things that we don't need or buying duplicates. And then what happens is our houses are cluttered, and there's this minimalist movement. If you are practicing being a minimalist, it's because you're practicing being happy with what you already have, but also the clutter that more things bring. Only take your peace, and how many hours of the day or week are you spent organizing your belongings, right? And it's that instant gratification of buying something new, but then it's constantly, it's gone the next minute, 2 minutes. I think there's a stat for that too. I would love to see that, because of the, what is it, a dopamine release that it does when you buy something.
It's like shopaholic.
Yes,
that's the thing.
yes, and that's why the 24-hour rule is an idea of wait 24 hours before you buy something. Make sure that you're really wanting it and you're not just looking for that next dopamine.
Sleep on it, right?
Yes.
Welcome to the Natural Parents Podcast, where we will cover all things faith, health, family, and wealth through a biblical perspective of putting things in life that matter most back into order. We're reminded in Matthew 6:33, where Jesus said, "But seek first the kingdom of God and all of His righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you." Join us each week as we focus on what truly matters most in this life and passing those values on to the next generation. This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin.
I wish I knew the exact stat. I don't. But for how many Americans are in debt, and how much of that is further than just their house and, we'll just say, student loans. I'll let that be a pass as well.
Yeah, that's funny, because I was thinking about honestly the same thing, and I don't know. I know it's a scary number, and I know it's probably updating consistently, and the stats are ever changing every year. But there's some wild statistics out there. The thing that where my brain went to when we started talking about this today was like the fact that our entire system, the system of the economics, really of the world, but especially here in the United States, is actually based on your credit worthiness. And your credit worthiness is really about how well are you at paying back debt. Like, if you stop and think about that just for a second, get outside of the box and be like, wait a minute, what? Like, all of who you are to a bank in this country is how well do you take debt and pay back that debt. The better you are, then the more we want to give you money to pay us debt back too, with interest. Like, it's such a weird and broken system to me when you really, like, I don't even know how to put it into words how weird I think it is.
I know, yeah, we're all just a number.
And I mean, I've played their game
Yes.
for I'm 33 now, but for 20 years, whatever.
Yeah.
Whenever I started, get your first credit card, start paying
Yes.
things. We all are told, all this stuff. And it's like, whoa, wait a second. Can we talk about just for a second? Is this the only way to do this thing?
I know. And it doesn't even matter how much money you have, like how much actual cash that you have in your bank. It's just how well you are at paying it back. And I think that the whole world has just really given us this false, like, keep up with the Joneses, if you will, type of lifestyle for a credit card to even be needed.
Right.
If you really think about it, maybe our home loan, is the only thing that we should need a bank for. We shouldn't, for one, student loans, like, they're just outlandish. Like, they are just wildly expensive, some things. And, but also just the credit card need. What do you need a credit card for? If you're, it's
but
like only for these things that are yes, an emergency fund, all of that. But if you're preparing for that and you're preparing, don't put the cart before the horse, then you can save up for certain things that you would need. A credit card just makes it really easy.
Right. Well, and I think I'm going to use the term they a lot today, they being the powers that be. I don't know. I don't know the intricacies of how all of the micro and macroeconomics of the world go around, but I do know that for a fact, our economy, which is a booming economy as the world standard goes, right? Like, people will say all the time, well, oh, I'm not wealthy. Like, if you live in America, you are. Like, you might have first world poverty. That's real. You might be broke, which means you're over leveraged, as I like to say. But I do know this. I think the number is it's like $30,000 or something like. It's like $28,000 or $30,000. It's not an impressive number, but if you make more than that, then you are a top 1% earner in the world. And so that most of the world lives so far and below. I mean, we're talking dollars a week, like single digit dollars a week in American money. We have no idea what that world is like. Like, we are so spoiled. And again, I don't want to be anti-American in the sentiment of like, debt is not a great thing, but debt is not a great thing. I know it drives our economy. Why do you think they talk about the housing market and interest rates and all that kind of stuff? It's because that is the world that has permitted us to live in what is, by many standards, the greatest country that's ever existed in the world. I don't want to look that gift horse in the mouth. It's just alarming to me when you stop for a second and you realize, whoa, wait a minute. What game am I playing? Who's pulling these strings? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I mean, if you really think about it, it's just the world that tells us that you need all of these things that are going on the credit card,
Sure.
right? And the credit card companies, they get you because they have benefits and they have cash back and they have all of this, which if you use them correctly,
They're great.
sure. However, most of us are not, right? Most of us
The stats support that.
Yes. Like, most of us are just using it for the seventh pair of gold earrings that a woman needs and all of this, and it's just an excess because we believe that our happiness will be achieved. We will feel rich once we have those items, and we really aren't going to, because that happiness comes within us. Like, that is something that is already there, and a lot of times we are just searching for that to happen whenever we're out buying things that we don't need or buying duplicates. And then what happens is our houses are cluttered, and there's this minimalist movement, and it really is supported because if you are practicing being a minimalist, it's because you're practicing being happy with what you already have, but also the clutter that more things bring only take your peace. And how many hours of the day or week are you spent organizing your belongings, right? And it's that instant gratification of buying something new, but then it's constantly, it's gone the next minute, 2 minutes. I think there's a stat for that too. I would love to see that because of a dopamine release
Sure.
that it does when you buy something.
It's like shopaholic.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yes. And that's why the 24-hour rule is an idea of wait 24 hours before you buy something. Make sure that you're really wanting it and you're not just looking for that next dopamine.
Sleep on it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I looked it up. 46 to 47% of Americans carry debt on the credit card from month to month.
Wow.
And like I said, it's not, I think for the purposes of our discussion, and if you're listening to this, you might have that figured out. You might be in that situation. And I'm not sitting here saying that we have it all figured out, but it's just opening our eyes to the realization of, like, as you're saying, and the way I would say it is, Jesus promised us an abundant life. He says in John 10:10 that the thief comes only to steal, kill, or destroy, but I came and to have life and have it more abundantly. I think a lot of times we hear that in our Americanized ideologies to think, oh, it's like an abundance of wealth and materialism and all this stuff. And look, Jesus came so I could have more stuff. Like, again, if you say that out loud, you're like, that's definitely not what Jesus was talking about. But I think the true abundance comes in a freedom of actual surrendership to him being our Lord, and not us having to go and work to pay off all the debts that our society has told us that we have to be in. So that stat is really crazy if you think about it. That almost really half of Americans are carrying just credit card debt. The other stat, I know this number is north of 50% per a book that we've read, which is not extremely irrelevant here today in February, but
come around Christmas time, the Advent Conspiracy book that shares that 50% of Americans are in debt this coming Christmas from the previous Christmas. So they're still carrying debt from the gifts that they had to buy during the Christmas season because of what we're told, that we have to have more things to live this abundant life.
Yeah, and I think that it's a slippery slope because we feel like for our kids to have a magical Christmas, we have to buy them all of their hopes and dreams beyond, right? But then we are not setting them up for success in their future years because we're still paying on the debt at if it's a credit card, 28-30% interest.
Yeah, for sure.
So what does a Christmas present actually cost whenever you're doing that math?
Sure.
And I think that we are thinking that the things that we have are what make us rich. And the other day you and I texted you because Jennings came up and he was like,
oh gosh,
Mom, how did he say it? I got a gift and you're never going to guess what it is. And I said, what is it? Do you want to read it?
I'm going to find it. Yeah.
Okay. So the other day Jennings goes, hey mom, do you want to know the gift I got today? I said, let me think about it. And he said, you're never going to guess it. So let me just tell you. He said, I have the gift of a mom, the gift of a dad, the gift of this house, the gift of a belly that loves good for me food, the gift of my legs to run, and the gift of the earth to walk on.
How about that?
And it is just such a good reminder that richness in life is not material things. It is what you have and what you find contentment in. Whenever you can look around and you see your health that you have as a family, you see that you have a place to rest and to eat and good for you food. And when you start viewing things as the gift that they are, that's whenever you can find true happiness and stop searching for it in the next thing you're going to buy. And it just, when you think of the stat that you shared on how many Americans deal with debt, it makes so much sense why people like Dave Ramsey are such absolutists. They're like, he's like, no credit cards, cut them up. We are moving at the speed of cash, and because the discipline that comes from that allows you to really get out of debt. Because how many marriages have so much conflict over money? How many parents and spouses are so short with the ones that they love the most because they're actually scared about making the payment the next month, And I think oftentimes Americans, they look at, well, that car only costs $800 a month. I can afford $800 a month. But you shouldn't be looking at it like that. You need to be, if you have the opportunity, and I'm not saying that everybody's able to start out by saving up for their first car. Everybody starts somewhere. However, whenever you can save that money and then go pay cash for it, that burden, that financial burden isn't going to be as heavy.
It's gone, right?
Yes.
I think there's so many thoughts I was having as you were sharing that. The first one, the word you use, contentment, is I think key here, because I think we can be content in so many different situations. And I struggle with contentment, not in a sense of like, so much materialism as it is just like, I always feel like I have to be working harder or achieving the next thing or anything like that. And there's reason for that. But, Paul and everybody knows, I think it's Philippians 4:13, Paul says, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. And I love that. And it's a great sticker and bumper sticker and wall graphic and stuff like that. Tattoo, no slight if you got the tattoo. I think it's a great Bible verse. It really is. But I love the key, and this is the one that people miss. The verse right before it, Paul is sitting in prison when he writes that. And he says, I found the secret to contentment, whether in much or in great need. In basically saying whether I'm rich or poor sitting in prison, I have found the secret to contentment. Pause. I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. So like if we would just reflect on our own contentment, like Jennings saying those things, like I'm just grateful for legs that work. Like what? Like that allow me to run on this earth, and do this. And it's just like, it's such an amazing, like they say all the time, like you're raising your kids, but your kids are also raising you. And it's such a beautiful reminder of that, because while again, we go through our own journey, we're in our own debt pay down journey right now. It's like, because we got caught up in the discontentment that I think is bred within the minds of every American in our society. And like, again, I'm not trying to go down a conspiracy theory or rabbit hole here. It's just, that's the fact. Like our economy it relies on the amount of people that are in debt. And like the more of that, then the more the merry-go-round. That's the way my dad always used to describe it. It was like the merry-go-round of life, and it's like faster and faster, and you're just on for a little bit of a ride, and now you can't get off, and it's just crazy. And that's not what any of us really truly want for our lives or for our children's lives. So it's almost like you have to peel the scales off your own eyes so that you can set your own family up for future success, which is a huge piece of the debt pay down journey, right?
Yeah, and it's humbling, of course, to do that. But whenever you have the chance to do that, you know that you're setting yourselves up for a more promising, less slave to the lender future, but then
Absolutely.
also your kids, and you're able to teach your kids through that as well. Did you know that we spend about a third of our lives in bed? That's over 8 hours a day that our body should be resting, healing, and restoring. But did you ever stop to think about what we're breathing in during that time? Most mattresses today are made with synthetic foams, flame retardants, and chemicals that release toxins into the air, especially while we sleep. That's why we made the switch to My Green Mattress, made with only clean, organic materials. There's no chemical smell, no off-gassing, just a pure supportive mattress that helps your body truly rest and recover the way it was designed to. As a family, that peace of mind is worth everything. If you want to create a healthier home from the inside out, go check out the link in our description. You'll see exactly why we love our green mattress and why we'll never go back. As parents, we love finding natural ways for our family to feel their best, and that is why we chose Llama. They make genuine Baltic amber jewelry for both kids and adults, known for its soothing and grounding properties. For little ones, it's a beautiful natural option to help with teething and inflammation, and for adults, it can help ease tension and bring a sense of calm throughout the day. Each piece is handcrafted from authentic Baltic amber. It's never plastic, never imitation, just simple, natural comfort that fits your lifestyle. Check out the link in our description to shop Llama, natural comfort for the whole family.
Well, I love it because you're talking about a few different things here, and I'm going to amplify them. But like the one that people bring up all the time, and I want to be careful to draw a good line here, is that people say all the time that the love of, well, actually what people will say is that money is the root of all evil. And I don't think either one of us agree with that, or do I think that's actually what the scripture says or reads. It says that the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. And so that delineation I think is important, because you're starting to talk about, lordship. And I think, yes, we want to be financially well enough off to not have needs. So that comes in two ways. One is like, well, let me not worry, right? Because that's our favorite verse. It's the verse in the intro of the podcast is Matthew 6:33 says, seek first the kingdom of God, and all of these things. What are these things? The stuff we worry about, clothes, food, house, all that stuff. Sure. It's like, don't worry about these things. God will take care of them. It says, look at the field and the lilies that, not even Solomon in all of his splendor was dressed as pretty as this. Like, God's going to take care of a field and dress it up. He's going to put some fine clothes on you too. Like the birds of the air, they're not running around worried about whether they're going to eat or not. There's food everywhere. We live in a very abundant world. Just look around. There's so much abundance. And I think we've just been trained to lose sight of that. But then two, again, is, okay, if you can get in right relationship with your money, you might be feeling suffocated by debt. You might be being short, as you described, with your friends, your family, your loved ones, because of the stress, that a financial burden of choices and decisions that we've made in the moment now are haunting us, right? Like we've lived in that. It's like, no, I've made the decision to be debt free. Like, I just want to be there. Yeah, no, it's like, no, now we've got to spend the next few years paying for this decision until we're ready to get out of it. But it's making that daily conscious choice to say, you know what, money, you're not my Lord. I'm going to get over you. I'm going to get on top of you. I'm going to get my finances in order in such a way, whatever the Lord has sought fit to bless me with, I'm going to steward really, really well. Because right now I might have the conviction that we're not stewarding it as best as we could, because everything that we have is a gift from God. And so if that, let's just say $5,000 a month total operating family budget, I don't know if that's what you're working with, you can work with that in this country. That's possible. Don't get me wrong. If it's less than that, if it's more than that, there's a way to work around that. It's a gift from God. Get on top of it, make the conscious decision, and then the daily decision not to
go down the wrong rabbit hole
Mm-hmm.
where money and debt becomes your Lord, and you say, no, I'm over this. I control this. I control my spending. I control what we buy. And then one day you're debt free. And then look at the freedom that does come from that, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, and I think that it's just a great place to think about, and dreaming of the day that you can say that you're debt free, I think is so cool. And I see a lot that families struggle with, like grocery budgets, right? They're like, that is just where, oh my gosh, it's just all bets are off. I'm spending $2,000, $3,000 a month on groceries.
that's wild.
And there's this misconception that eating healthy or eating cleaner is going to cost way more.
Sure.
In a way, maybe it costs a tiny bit more, but also it doesn't have to. If you're very intentional about what you're making and what your family is eating, and I don't really know how to word it, but I always say, oh, like this is just because I love my future self. Like if you just prep some food extra for the freezer, or I love to make like double batches of the muffins that we make, different things. Just because it doesn't come from a box doesn't mean that it's going to cost more. But also if you're just super intentional about like what snacks you're going to make for your family to eat and what dinner plans you guys are going to do every day of the week. And when there's a plan in place, you're not going to deviate from the plan and be like, actually, I know that meat is thought out for dinner, but let's get takeout instead.
Sure,
That's just
yeah.
not going to work.
Okay, so you're saying that, and I thought of, again, a scriptural construct here where Esau was so hungry, he was so famished, he allowed himself to sell his birthright to his brother for a cup of soup. And so I think we do this. You bring up grocery budgets, and we're like, okay, I'm gonna keep my meal plan. I got this all figured out. We're gonna stay on this structure, and then we're tempted by a feeling, a little bitty tiny rumble in our belly. And again, I'm not coming after y'all, but if we live in America and you have the ability to listen to this podcast right now because you're doing it on a phone or a computer, okay, you're not hungry.
Your belly's only rumbling because you ate 2 hours ago.
Right. You're not hungry. We don't know what hunger is. I was explaining this to our son the other day. He was complaining about something like putting his socks on or something like that. He's like, God's so hard. I'm like, bub, come on. I don't know. You don't know what hard is. I don't know what hard is. We live a very blessed and cush life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and same thing goes for our hunger pains and the desires that we have to eat. So we'll make this, you see this all the time. People say, well, it's so expensive. And if we just allocated our eating out budgets as Americans to our grocery lists that then are going to be cleaner, going to be more nutrient dense, going to be better to serve our bodies. Or if you just skipped that meal, I promise you, short of like a diabetic situation, you're
Right.
on the verge of collapse, like whatever. Like if you're a relatively healthy American and you feel a hunger pain, you're not hungry. Like our kids will be like, oh, I'm starving. I'm sorry, I love you, but you're not starving, right? Like
Yes.
there's so much that I think comes to this. And again, I'm not sitting here saying I get this right all the time, but like Esau was for just a bowl of soup, sold his entire birthright to his brother and said, I'm hungry, feed me. Like he wasn't that hungry. Like he could have gone and made his own soup and it would have taken him an hour and he'd have been good, right? And he's like, so I think we do this, and it's, yes, there's a food and a grocery budget teach here, but there's also oh my goodness, I have to have that thing right now.
Mm-hmm.
I've been on this kick lately because it keeps coming up in my life and different Bible studies I'm a part of and stuff. So I'll share it here too. But the world that we live in has three things to offer, and different ways, different versions will say the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life. And we think of these things through a different lens all the time, but lust of the eyes is a materialistic, and it can be sensual and sexual too. So like, hang with me here. But like, if you think about it, it's just like, I'm looking out there, there's something that I want and I have to have it, right? The flesh is the same way. Yes, could be sensual, could be sexual. That's the most, when people hear that word lust, another translation is desire, like desire of the eyes, desire of the flesh. It's just, I see that over there. I want it. I see that I want to eat. I want to feel this certain way. That's what those two things are. And then the pride of life is like, that's the keeping up with the Joneses, right?
Mm-hmm.
In this conversation, it's like, look at me, look what I do. One of my favorite things, he's, pretty
I guess, famous in the world of YouTube goes and for things like that. But Alex Hormozy had to teach on this one time, and he was hustling and building his business and all this kind of stuff. And he was like saying that he rolled up to some like red carpet event, and he had like a used Toyota Prius with dents and, you know, older car and all this kind of stuff. And they're like, man, I thought you were really good at business, and like, why are you driving that car? He's like, if you're curious about my business, look at my bank account, not my car. Like, what difference does it matter what car I drive, you know? And it's just, we do this, and we do this to each other, and we're all in the same rat race. And then we pretend through pride of life that we're not.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, in reality, 50% of Americans are carrying credit card debt from month to month.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And it really is. It's just if we stopped caring what other people thought, because really it doesn't matter. People are going to think you're crazy if you do or if you don't. So if you just do what works best for your family, I feel like that's really where, as long as it's obviously what you feel called to do, that's where that freedom comes from. And it doesn't matter what people think of you. It doesn't matter if you do something totally crazy that nobody would understand, because you have to do at the end of the day what serves your family and takes care of your family the best, because ain't nobody else worrying about the food on your table the way that you are. So that is why you just have to make sure that you are doing the absolute best for your family.
Totally. And again, I think it's one of those notions of this idea that 100 years from now, what's really truly going to matter?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is anybody going to be around on this earth that's here right now today to remember what car you drove or what kind of house you lived in, or et cetera, et cetera? Like, no, it's not. Like,
at your funeral, they're standing up reading your obituary, and they're like, and she drove.
Yeah. Like, she sold her car that she had a payment on to buy one cash, but it was 10 years older.
Like I just remember that. Like,
gasp, right?
Also a mother of 3.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, she had a couple kids and some grandkids, right?
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
Yeah.
No, it's that's the kind of stuff that matters. And so I think if you look at it through that lens of what impact on my family and on the generations to come, on the things that, you know, this has been a continual prayer in our house, is like, Lord, break our heart for the things that break yours. Like, I don't think Ryan driving a brand new truck is the thing that's breaking the Lord's heart or not. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, how, and again, y'all listen to this. There's no attack. There's no slight. There's only conviction, no condemnation. I say that probably every other podcast, but it's just like, I'm just sharing the convictions of my heart right now in case that y'all are looking for a sense of community or camaraderie, in the sense of like, yeah, we're feeling that same tug. You know, Jesus says all the time, be in the world, not of the world. Like, of the world is consumerism, debt. Mm-hmm. You know, that doesn't feel good. Mm-hmm. I think that becomes our Lord, and we can't serve two masters. So how could we serve him with our finances? How can we steward what we have really, really well?
Yeah. And of course, I always feel the need to over explain or support, but it doesn't mean that we are saying if you have a brand new car, shame on you. None of that is, because that may work completely different for different families. And
your life is totally different than my life, and
yes.
it doesn't matter.
Yes. And I did read the other day in a book that it was talking about people who are in debt, and it said that a lot of times people are like, well, I'd be able to get out of debt if I just like made some more money, if I just made more. But then they literally looked at it and studied it, and the people who made more just spent more.
Yeah.
They didn't get out of debt faster. They didn't do anything like that. They just always were thinking that it was going to happen whenever they had the increase, that's why they were in debt. It's because they didn't have that increase, when in reality, it's our habits, and you just have to get ahead of the habits.
About 50% more, 30 to 50% more. I think
Mm-hmm.
people end up, it's like, if I just made X dollars a year, then I would be able to get ahead of it. Then I'd be, we talk about that all the time. It's the win-then parenting philosophy, the win-then aspects of life. Like, life's a journey. It's a joy along the ride. Like, don't get so caught up in getting to wherever your destination is. And that's, I think, truly a thief of your joy is you miss out on all the fun aspects of the road trip along the way, right? And last thing I was just thinking was the parable of the talents. You know, we talk about everything in the sense that everything we have is a gift from God, right? And all we're asked to do with it is, in a way, if we believe in him and we believe that he gave us this gift, that we're supposed to get a return on that investment that he gave us. He gave all of us gifts, various different gifts for all of us. And so I think the thing that probably haunts me the most in my stewardship life is like thinking that he blessed us with 3 beautiful children. And while it's not up to me to decide for them whether or not they get to heaven, I think it's our job as parents to make sure that they at least presented with the opportunity to know who Jesus is. And so, like, again, whether it's our kids, whether it's our finances, our home, our businesses, like anything that we have been entrusted with in this world, in this life, God gave us that for a reason. And it's not obligatory. It's not like you have to do this to get into heaven. But for me, it's like, Jesus, I see what you did on the cross for me. And because of that amount of grace that you've showed me in my life, I want to do this for you, right? And I think that's the parable of the talents, is that we see this played out where the 5, the 2, and the 1 guy. So the parable goes that a master came, he gave his servants, the first one 5, the next one 2, the next one 1. The 5 guy goes out immediately with the gifts that the master had given him and got a return. And then the 2 guy, he did the exact same thing. But the 1 guy, he was given a gift, and you might have one singular gift in your life. And if you really stopped and thought about it, you might think like, I don't have anything. I'm no good. Like those are whispers and lies of the enemy. But like, you have some sort of a gift that God has entrusted you with. And I believe that you could get a great return on it for him if you go and invest it. Don't bury it. Don't close it out. Don't ignore the gift that God has given you. It could be financial. It could be, again, physical, spiritual, emotional, anything like that. So that's just my encouragement for anybody that's listening. You have a talent, and I believe that the Lord has entrusted you with that. Go invest it well.
From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with someone you know and leave a review. By doing so, we're able to grow this community of amazing people just like you and raise a generation of children that know God and do His will on earth. We'll see you next time.
This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. I firmly believe that when you don't have a control over your finances, they are much more in a lordship position of your life than when you do. It has zero to do with loving money and feeling safety and security in a bank account. Scripture is ripe with teachings over financial positioning. And I think when we lord over our money and we say, money, you're going to set this over here and you're going to go to work for me and you're going to go do this, and then we're going to be able to give this and do this mission and this initiative over here. You can't do those types of things when your finances are out of order. And we've lived this. Welcome to the Natural Parents Podcast, where we will cover all things faith, health, family, and wealth through a biblical perspective of putting things in life that matter most back into order. We're reminded in Matthew 6:33, where Jesus said, "But seek first the kingdom of God and all of His righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you." Join us each week as we focus on what truly matters most in this life and passing those values on to the next generation. This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. Ab, why do you think that most families in America, where we live, probably the most prosperous nation that's ever existed in the world, why do most families live paycheck to paycheck?
I think that it's a misconception that we have to spend everything that we make, and we aren't taught from the beginning to set aside a percentage of what we make for savings, for future, for retirement, for investing, all of those things. And it's the same reason that, say you make $50,000 a year and you're like, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I can't do this. I just need a raise. You get said raise, no matter how much it is. Next thing you know, you are still living paycheck to paycheck. And it's because our habits didn't change.
Sure.
We just got an increase of money, and then we spent that increase of money. We never set any more to the side for investments or savings.
Yeah. It makes me think of maybe the premise or the thought here is from the book, Richest Man in Babylon. If you guys haven't read that, it's a pretty neat construct because, the Bible's pretty clear about money and not being our master, right? Jesus says that you cannot have two masters. You'll love one and hate the other. You cannot serve both God and money. And so I think having a right relationship with our money is really important. So I've always heard a lot of successful people talk about this book, and I picked it up and had it sitting on the shelf for a long time. And I think I read chapter 1, and it's kind of set in an ancient, time of Babylon, and it's a different concept of thinking. I remember reading chapter 1, and then I set it down for a while, and I do that. I got lots of books that I'm reading, but then I picked it up and read chapter 2 again the other day. And the entire premise of chapter 2 was, and it ends with this notion. It starts and ends with this notion. It says, a part of all you earn is yours to keep. And so you talked about that. You said, like, we think that we're supposed to spend all that we make. And somehow, and so in the narrative, the guy's saying, like, oh, isn't all I earn mine to keep and do whatever I want with it? And he's like, no, like, that's not how life goes around. And the Bible's pretty clear. I think there's a rhythm and a flow that the first 10% should be given back to God. We ought to be able to live off of 90. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's a neat setup. A lot of people talk about New Testament, Old Testament, all that kind of stuff, but I think it's a decent framework to build off of. Second 10%, set it aside like it's not even there, and then live off the rest, right? Could you not, if you live off 100% of, as your example was, 50,000, which I do think, depending on parts of the country, like, you could live a perfectly fine life in this world off of that number, then 80% of that ought to be livable too, right? You might have to make a few modifications, but if someone would teach us that, how different would our lives be? And then how different would our children's lives be for the next generation?
Yeah, because a lot of times we think, okay, we have an income. Let me minus my expenses, and then that's what I have for profit.
Sure.
But there are so many resources, so many books, and so many experts that are saying we're doing it wrong. You really take your income minus the profit, and that's what you have left for your expenditures. And, it always feels like, well, if I could just make it big, if I could just win the lottery or get a little chunk of change or get that raise, get that bonus, then I'll have a jump start and I can get ahead. But really, the small, tiny, seemingly meaningless contributions and putting away 10%. If you can't do 10, start with 5, start with 1%, something, and getting that habit down. That will become what you are looking forward to, and you find gratitude and contentment in that versus the quick, no thought purchases that are a lot of the time where our profit is going to.
Yeah, we have an abundance of things and an empty bank account.
Yeah, and it's not even saying that you can't have all that you desire. Mike Michalowicz, is that how I say it? And he talks a lot about kind of the envelope method, if you will, but he does it with bank accounts, and certain bank accounts can have debit cards and certain don't, but it's for everything that is important to you. It's maybe for vacation. Maybe you send $5 to vacation a time, and, it's for groceries, it's for your dreams, it's for your wants. And then that is how you guide, oh, well, should I spend this on the new wardrobe that I want? Well, you have $20 in there, so go get yourself a new t-shirt if that's what you want. Yeah, and it's a good way to keep yourself accountable and within that limit, but still giving yourself the things that you desire, whether that's a vacation or going shopping, going out to eat, whatever that may be. You can still live your life, but within the means of what you know that you have.
Yeah. Okay, so I feel this even in myself, and other people, maybe other people have put this there. Maybe it's my own backwards or broken thought processes, but like, I feel like, especially in Christian circles, we just start talking about ordering your finances at all, and all of a sudden it comes with this, like, back of your mind thought pattern. It's like, oh, see, you just love money. Again, maybe that's a me problem, but like,
I feel like that's true though.
Yeah. And so why I think it's so important for us to have this conversation, and for anybody that's listening to stay a part of this conversation with us and have this conversation with your spouse, is that I firmly believe that when you don't have a control over your finances, they are much more in a lordship position of your life than when you do. And so it has zero to do with loving money and feeling safety and security in a bank account. But really, Scripture is ripe with teachings over financial positioning. And I think when we lord over our money and we say, money, you're going to set this over here, and you're going to go to work for me, and you're going to go do this, and then we're going to be able to give this and do this mission and this initiative over here. you can't do those types of things when your finances are out of order. And we've lived this, you know what I'm saying? Like this is real thoughts and examples coming out in our life of where it's like, I said it the other day, it's almost like scales peeled off of my eyes. It's like, oh wait, profit first. So Mike Michalowicz wrote the book Profit First, and it was geared towards businesses learning how to set aside profit and then run through all their numbers, or, you know, manage expenses accordingly after profit set aside. You had an equation a second ago that was profound, but you ran right past it.
Yeah, it's instead of income minus expenses equals profit, it's income minus profit equals expenses. And so, yeah, Profit First is for like business owners, but he also has a new book,
right? Yes,
My Money Habits.
Yes,
and that is more for your personal finances,
which is so good. And that's where he's talking about some of the envelope methods and different things like that. But all of us, you know, you can run your home like a business, right? We can say, here's everything that the home, the business brings in, dollars and cents. Okay. So let's set aside two things I think is important, are, you know, our contribution back to God. You know, pray about that. That's, you know, it's pretty clear that the Lord loves a cheerful giver. 10% is a decent metric that's set forth. The tithe, that means a tenth. You know, it doesn't, again, there's no religiosity or no rules to that. Just pray about it and see what feels right. But I think that's first. You know, the Lord talks about in the word like the first and best. I think that's a good place to start. Come up with that number. And then another one, I think a minimum of 10% is what this book talks about, the richest man in Babylon and stuff like that. It says that, you know, set aside 10% and then live off of the rest. So, okay, let's look. So now what's the 80% in our home? And then how are we diverting that out? Sure, we got mortgage, we've got kids' activities, we have groceries, all of these things. How can we make our life fit in that 80% margin? 10% though, in that middle ground, like a part, all he says is a part of all that you earn is yours to keep. So what if 10% one day you get everything in order, you pay off your mortgage, suddenly your 10% goes to 25%. Now you're setting 25% into different growth accounts. And that was kind of what he's teaching this gentleman in the book. And I don't want to spoil the book because I do think it's a worthy read for anybody that would be interested in learning better money habits and bringing money underneath your lordship, not the other way around. Your stewardship, I guess, would probably be the way better idea to think here. The Lord has entrusted us with 100% of what he's entrusted with us. And so the most convicting thing to me that I've ever heard on this is, if you were God, would you give you more money? And so you're saying like, oh, we make 50,000 a year, we make 100,000 a year, 200,000 a year, whatever the number is. And you're like, I just need a little bit more. I just need a little bit more. And we just start focusing our mind on making more without ever getting what he's blessed us with into proper and right relationship.
Yeah, and you're right. It is really just stewarding what you have better, because did you know that we spend about a third of our lives in bed? That's over 8 hours a day that our body should be resting, healing, and restoring. But did you ever stop to think about what we're breathing in during that time? Most mattresses today are made with synthetic foams, flame retardants, and chemicals that release toxins into the air, especially while we sleep. That's why we made the switch to My Green Mattress, made with only clean, organic materials. There's no chemical smell, no off-gassing, just a pure supportive mattress that helps your body truly rest and recover the way it was designed to. As a family, that peace of mind is worth everything. If you want to create a healthier home from the inside out, go check out the link in our description. You'll see exactly why we love our green mattress and why we'll never go back. As parents, we love finding natural ways for our family to feel their best, and that is why we chose Llama. They make genuine Baltic amber jewelry for both kids and adults, known for its soothing and grounding properties. For little ones, it's a beautiful natural option to help with teething and inflammation, and for adults, it can help ease tension and bring a sense of calm throughout the day. Each piece is handcrafted from authentic Baltic amber. It's never plastic, never imitation, just simple, natural comfort that fits your lifestyle. Check out the link in our description to shop Llama, natural comfort for the whole family. You know, you say you don't want to make money your Lord, right? Well, so your finances are out of order. You're spending every dime that you make. Money is still your Lord. Amen. Because you're like, oh my gosh, when's the next paycheck gonna
Right.
hit because I feel behind, and the anxiety and they can't
Yeah,
breathe,
sure.
and you're snipping and snapping at your whole entire family, versus if you just start to try to gain control back over the situation, control your impulse buying, right?
Yep.
Control your willy-nilly not being a good steward of your grocery budget, or the activities that you guys do, the vacations that you go on. If you just gain control over the situation and start taking care of your finances the way that you were intended to, that is also will bring a calm and a peace. And I'm not saying that that's where it comes from. Like we said, don't hear what we're not
No,
saying. We're
no.
not saying that
Yeah.
that's the finances of your life is what gives you peace. However, you are called to steward what he gives you really well. And that can even look like your finances in your bank account. It can look like the car that you have. Is it clean?
Yeah.
Do you take care of it? Is there, snacks and trash all over the place? There's no excuse for that. You have a vacuum in your house. You don't have to have a membership to a car wash. Just
Right.
different things like that. Just stewarding what you have really well to where you feel peace and contentment within that.
Yeah. And again, I think it's so profound. At any point in time, you just stop and ask yourself, if you were God, would you give you more of anything? It doesn't have to
Yeah.
be money, more X, Y, or Z. Are you stewarding what he's given you? Because everything that we have is a gift from above. And if he's in control of it, and he's truly our master, and he's entrusted us with a portion, then he needs and wants to see us steward, manage his trust well, right?
Mhm.
And so I think that can come in so many different pathways, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't think that it's ever too soon to start encouraging and teaching your kids the same things.
Yes.
Every kid will get birthday money or some kind of income, right? Whether they sell a lemonade stand or whatever that is, and just teaching them that habit of setting aside, saving for yourself, and doing that. But then also, you can even adopt in, if your kid's like, oh my gosh, I just want a horse so bad, I really want to save up for a horse, whether that's within that bank account and having designated little groups within there of like horse fund versus savings fund. I just think that those habits are just a great way to lay that foundation so that they don't go into adulthood and they're like, oh, I have like a real paycheck. Let me just buy. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think, again, we weren't inherently taught this with any kind of, I guess, strategy,
Mhm.
right? I think we pick up what we're around. And so most of society, most of the previous generation, just American society especially, is just like, it's really rooted in consumerism.
Mhm.
You're not happy because you don't have what your neighbor has.
Yeah.
It's the old adage, keeping up with the Joneses, right? And so many people say, well, I don't do that, or I don't want to do that. But for me, it's just been so profound lately that I can't unsee it now, that it's like, oh, stuff isn't at all what I actually want.
Right.
And I don't want, again, as we keep saying, safety and security in a number in a bank account. I just want to feel like, hey, I've got some quote unquote control. I don't mean like a control freak. I just mean like I've got some control over this, in the sense that I'm stewarding it the way that I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm convicted that it's not supposed to be spend every dime you got.
Yeah. You're running your finances. Your finances aren't running you.
Oh yeah, that's
just stealing all of the joy and the peace.
Yeah.
It's was never intended to be that way. And like you said, consumerism, you can't even go into a store where, I could go to a store, okay, let me start this over. If you are like, I'm just gonna go shopping, I don't need anything. Back in the day, we always just went to the mall, didn't need anything.
Just people watch.
But you come home with like 6 bags full of stuff, right, that you didn't need.
Right.
And that's what stores are designed to do, is to make you want and desire the thing that you didn't even know you needed.
Right.
And so that's just where it's a dangerous thing. But if you keep that in your mind, and know that that's the strategy and the hope, and yeah, that purchase is going to make you happy for the next 2.5 minutes.
Right.
But then you're going to start regretting it whenever you're like, okay, we have 10 cents for this week's grocery budget.
Right.
So,
Right. Well, then in our world, where do we pull it from? The credit card.
yeah.
Right. And then that's a super slippery slope. We talked about it last week. And I think some of our conversation last week bleeds over and into the mindset of this week's conversation. It was just like, seriously, getting a better grasp on this, because there's a reason Jesus talked about money more than anything in the New Testament. He knew this world, it really operates under a currency, right? I mean, there's money is weird, but it's paper bills and metal coins, and yet, well, numbers on a screen actually in today's day and age. But there was times where it was
trading and furs and, all sorts of, stuff like that, spices. It's what is of value to other people. And so I think it's important for us to have a right relationship with it. And it's really important for us to teach our kids, like you were saying, to get this right, because I think it's in 1 Timothy, Paul says something to the effect that, like, a man that leaves no inheritance to his children isn't doing it right. And that's not, again, condemning. His words are a bit harsh in that, but I don't want to just throw that word and that concept out there, because I've been talking to you about this. You actually said this to me, or at least a version of it. This is like, don't beat yourself up for the lesson that only time could teach. Right. And so if y'all are with us in this and you're realizing that, hey, wait, maybe I haven't had the best grasp on all of this and I want to be better at it, and we want to be better with you along this journey. It's like all these things, like, don't go beating yourself up because you're not in the retirement position you want to be in yet. Like, the best thing you could possibly do is start now. In fact, all right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to share more from the story. If you don't want to read, fast forward the next 2 minutes, if you want to read the book. But if you want to hear about the book, get the Cliff Notes version. This gentleman, the richest man in Babylon, gets asked by an older friend of his. They went to school together. He said, man, I don't understand. Like, why are you excelling so well? You give, you spend, you buy, you do all this, but yet every year you amass and accumulate more. And that's when he tells him, starts the chapter. He said, well, I'll give you this secret, basically, that a part of all you earn is yours to keep. And he's like, that's it? That's all you got for me? He's like, put it in play for a year. If you just do 10% of every single one of your jobs that you get paid for, at the end of the year, you'll have an entire, month's wages, let's just say, a little more than. And so he said, okay, well, I'll try that. And so he goes to work and he does that, and he comes back and he's like, well, how's it going? He's like, good. And then he takes his savings after the year and spends it. He tried to invest it, but he did it incorrectly. And he's like, oh, well, try again. Your money's gone. But the guy's like, oh, well, that, it was disappointing. It was upsetting. His whole, year's worth of savings was gone. But it's like, now he's another year older. He could have beat himself up, all this stuff. He's like, but the habit was there. I had learned to live off of 90%, and living off of 90% in this guy's situation was no different than living off the 100%. It was almost negligible. I didn't even notice it. But then once he had made the savings, then he invested that savings, and now his savings was working for him. And so if we can do this, if we can get a good grasp on this and control our own impulses and our own desires and the materialism that rules this world in our minds, then our children can understand it too. And wealth without wisdom is wasted. We don't want to just pass our kids a paycheck whenever we pass away, right? Our kids or our grandchildren. A godly man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. That's the way the Old Testament says it. And it's like, that I believe is true. And yes, it can be a material with, inheritance, but it should be a spiritual inheritance too. And that's an important piece. And our role as patriarchs and matriarchs of our families, that all this kind of stuff is what does this affect generationally from now? Is this going to make me happy, as you said, for the next 10 minutes, maybe a year? Or is it going to negatively impact my future children's children for generations to come?
Right. And when you're beginning this journey, it can feel daunting. Maybe you have credit card debt or consumer debt or loans that you are like, I made the decision to not live like this. So I feel like those should all just be gone. And I totally understand that. But, wealth really is built quietly. And it's the small actions every day. And so I just encourage you that if that is you, that you are deciding that now gets to be different, you are going to be more in control of your finances. I just encourage you to hang on to that hope and allow that to just put you into wealth building quietly, getting out of debt, and just getting back over your finances so that you can steward them well the way that God intended. From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with someone you know and leave a review. By doing so, we're able to grow this community of amazing people just like you and raise a generation of children that know God and do His will on earth. We'll see you next time.
This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. Like, is there a voice for you? Like,
Oh, I
again, you're
don't
not crazy, but
know.
like, is it an inner voice or is it a feeling, or
I guess it's a
describe it more
feeling.
to me?
That's hard. And see, it's almost like that thing, like, oh, don't think about it too much because then you'll muddy the waters. You'll
Yeah.
confuse it.
Is it this? Yeah.
But it almost, I don't know if it's just a feeling that I put into words. I think it's more of a feeling that I put into words. I don't really hear voices.
Welcome to the Natural Parents Podcast, where we will cover all things faith, health, family, and wealth through a biblical perspective of putting things in life that matter most back into order. We're reminded in Matthew 6:33, where Jesus said, "But seek first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you." Join us each week as we focus on what truly matters most in this life and passing those values on to the next generation. This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. All right, so intuition, a mother's intuition. Talk to me. What is that?
You can't even describe it. It is.
I think you have the strongest one of anyone that I know, but it's such a foreign concept to me. And I don't feel like again, I don't even know if I fully comprehend the notion of what an intuition is, but I feel like you have a really good one. Do you think all moms have them?
I do. I really do think that all moms have one. And anytime that I'm talking to a mom, no matter what it's about, I just say, I don't say intuition because some may not know what that means, but I just say, trust what your gut says above all else, above all, information, advice, all of that. Just trust your gut. So I think that gut and intuition, they're the same.
Sure. Well, and I say, yeah, a mom gut, a mom intuition, like to me, clinically speaking, that takes the precedent. That is the number one most important clinical factor that I could take into consideration. If a mom feels a certain thing about her child, I think that's worth digging into. Can you give me an example, like in our life or in your life, when something was either wrong with one of the kids or something was awry that you felt like you knew before it was actually proven?
I'll try to think on a specific time, but I do think that, when you're a new mom, you don't really know that that's what it is, but you just have this feeling and this thought that you can't get away from. But if you think too hard on it or try to make it explain itself or back it up by logic, or then you start to, it gets, muddies the waters. And then you're like, wait, what was I listening to? So it's almost like when you get that feeling or that gut feeling, that intuition, that you have to just stop right there and accept it for what it is and don't try to make it explain itself or back itself up, because it just is. And you'll get so confused and in your head and second guess yourself if you start to try to make it make sense.
Sure. Bring logic to an intuition or a gut feeling notion. But I feel like, do you think it's a practice? Do you think this is something that you have to work on? Is it a muscle that you can strengthen as
Maybe
a mom?
I don't know if a muscle that you can strengthen or just a muscle that you become in tune with listening to it. And there's been a lot of times, I feel like in the beginning, it was, you're like, what do you mean? You just feel like we should or shouldn't or whatever that may be.
Yeah,
But
I
now,
don't do that anymore.
no, now you're like, oh, nope, she said.
Roll with it.
Yes. And so I think that even with a mom and a dad, the motherly intuition, the dad will learn to just roll with it, not ask any questions.
Yeah. So I think you say it that way, it makes me think, I really do believe it's some aspect of, again, maybe there's a more appropriate word that we could put to, but I just think that there's like a gift that you and all moms have been given. And I think you're exceptionally good at trusting it, and I think you should. But would you agree that maybe, and I'm not calling moms out, but like that some don't, like they listen to the voices of society or maybe what a doctor says or something else as a higher
Influence
on their decision making, especially when it comes to like their kids' health and stuff like that?
Yeah, I definitely do. And that can go a lot of different ways. A mom can be, listening to maybe her mom or grandma or friend or sister, whatever that may be, and that could influence her. And so then she's like, well, they're more experienced than me. What do I know as a first-time mom? I can't just listen to this gut feeling that I have. I have to listen to where the years of experience is. And so that's one place. But then also in the medical world, whether your doctor's saying you need to do this, this, and this to your child, and she's like, gosh, just deep down, we hear that a lot within our practices, that the moms will come in and they'll say, deep down, I knew that wasn't right, but what was I supposed to do? He's the expert, or that
Sure.
she's the expert. So I was just going to listen to the medical advice that they're advising me to do with my kid and bury what that stirring was deep down inside of me. And I think that anytime there's authority or experience in play, especially new moms are going to second guess their intuition or their gut feeling and just do what's normal or
Sure.
what's accepted, what doesn't get pushback,
That's
right?
common. Yeah.
Right. And I mean,
Status quo.
exactly. And who wants to be the odd man out? Who wants to be the one that's doing things differently and gets a little bit more pushback when people hear about it? Nobody. You just want to fit in. You want to fly under the radar. But a lot of times when you're sticking to your intuition, you can't explain it and you aren't going to fly under the radar.
Sure. Well, and I don't want to call it out too much here, but I feel like there's some personal experience with that in your life. Like, again, be it friends, family, whatever. Like, would you speak to that for other moms? Like, would you share an example of that in your life where you're like, no, I really feel like this is the right way to do this XYZ with my children. I'm not going to accept that notion of, be it negativity or just sometimes not even negative. It's just like, it feels negative because they might be saying, oh, you can't do it that way. Right. Like, I don't know. Would you share that?
Yeah. So one that I will share, when we got pregnant, I had said from the get-go, I think it's twins.
Right.
4 weeks, I'm saying I think it's twins.
Y'all, spoiler alert, we have twins. So put this in Abby's intuition wins category. This is why Ryan doesn't question Abby's intuition.
This is
or
where
her
it
gut
all
feeling.
started.
This is where it all began. Absolutely.
And, there was nothing to back that up or to make that make sense. But I just kept saying, I just feel like it is. So we went down the route that we had wished, and we had a midwife. And I would even explain to her, I think it's twins. Nothing against this midwife, but I'm sure she gets that a lot. It's oftentimes that moms are like, oh, I think there's more than one because, my cousin had twins, or it's just around.
Sure.
And so then it gets in your head.
Mm-hmm.
And I completely understand that point. But she said to me, I know how it is when you get something in your head, but I don't believe you're having twins.
Right on the other side of hearing a quote unquote acceleration in the heartbeat, right? So we listened, we had done, you're like 16,
Doppler.
17 weeks, you had done Doppler scan, and she switched to the other side of your belly to get a different angle. She's like, well, there's definitely an acceleration there. And we were kind of like, well, acceleration or
different,
the
second one.
Yeah.
And so we were with her and under her care until 17 weeks when we were just like, I want to go get an ultrasound. I want to just see and know for sure if there are twins.
Which, like, to her point, y'all, just, again, I don't mean to keep jumping in here, but like, that was our choice, right? If we were going to do an ultrasound, we were going to wait until that 18 to 20 week mark. So,
yes. And so, again, that's when she was like, I know how it is when you get something in your head. If you want to do that, go ahead and go do that. And so we did, and boom, there was two.
Right.
Yes.
So balance that out, though, because you were like, listen, I'm not going to accept that. You had this feeling that was deep enough in you to keep looking, right? Where is the balance between that of just like, again, it's a feeling I'm having, but I might be wrong, or it's a feeling I'm having and I know that I know that I know that I'm right, and I'm doing this my way. Like, how does a mom navigate that?
I think
I got to ask you, you're the intuition expert. I have none. Y'all, a gut feeling, other than hunger, that's about it. That's all I feel.
I think that just until you're satisfied, but I really don't think that a mother intuition can be wrong. Maybe it could be misguided, but I really don't believe that it could be wrong. So even if, say it was like, okay, I'm just going to go get an ultrasound to confirm it either is twins or isn't twins. Like, maybe there's something else that you find out that really your intuition was just leading you to get the ultrasound to make sure everything's all right. I don't know.
Sure.
But just in that example, the authority was saying it's in your head. you're crazy.
Right.
Everybody, honestly, everybody besides you told me I was crazy. So you
Sure.
really did learn something. Then you're like, if you think it's twins, I think it's twins.
Well, it already just, again, usually clinically, like,
Mhm.
well, this is a thing in pediatric care. It says, ignore mom at your own peril. And I think that I've heard it said kind of from other providers or a pediatrician friend of mine or whatever. And they were like, yeah, you ignore mom, like, go ahead and you don't have that person as a client anymore. Right. And again, I think rightfully so. Our position should be that we work for you, not the other way around. And I think so many times people, especially in our healthcare system, and especially women in our healthcare system, are being ran through the ringer of like, well, that's just in your head, or quote unquote, without saying it, oh, you're crazy. And it's not. Something is wrong. You know your body better than anyone on the planet knows your body. And so we have to give back the authority of the person, both the innate person, the person that's within, that knows infinitely more about what your body needs than my educated brain could ever learn. Like I could have read every single book on physiology and pharmacology and diagnostics and all this kind of stuff, but I know nothing, nearly nothing, when it comes to actually what your body has going on. And so I think it's this element for moms and for women that when I said like, I do think it maybe would be, again, speaking conceptually here, like a muscle you could strengthen by listening more to your inner voice. Like is there a voice for you? Like,
I
again,
don't
you're not crazy,
know.
but like, is it an inner voice or is it a feeling, or
I guess it's a
describe it more
feeling.
to me?
That's hard. And see, it's almost like that thing, like, oh, don't think about it too much because then you'll muddy the waters. You'll confuse it.
Is it this? Yeah.
But it almost, I don't know if it's just a feeling that I put into words. I think it's more of a feeling that I put into words. I don't really hear voices.
Sure.
And I do, and I had 5 different moms. It's a lot for this time. In a week span, messaged me about.
I was so confused for a second. I was like, no, you have one mom.
Oh, you're like, no. Messaged me about their kid and asking questions of like, this is going on. What should I do? Should I do this or should I do this? And, of course, my response is always, it's never medical advice.
Sure.
If it were my child presenting like that, this is what I would do. But disregard everything I have said if your motherly gut goes against any of that. But above all else, just trust that.
Amen.
And I think it's a muscle, but I think it's also just this correlation of respect and confidence in your motherly intuition, and that what you're hearing or feeling really is there to guide you and has you and your children's best interest at heart. I think that it's more of just a confidence and a respect, but also could be a muscle that you're strengthening at the same time.
Yeah. So do you think that's something moms have always had? Like, is it a God-given gift since the beginning of time
I think
that moms have had? Okay, who took it? Because I do think it's like, I think it's fleeting. I think it's going. Like, who is stealing out there? Like, I just vision this like super villain kind of thing, like vacuuming the mother's intuitions out of them. Like, where's it going?
I don't think it's somebody. Maybe it's, Satan doesn't want a mother to know what's best. But also, I think it's all of the voices. Yes. I think it's the voices of what you're hearing and seeing on social media of you should raise your children like this and you should raise your children like that. And you should, all of the.
Like hold on, Nancy. Just because it works for your kid, my kid's differently.
Right. And I think that is what dampens and allows us not to really just hear what we're being led to, because we're led to believe we can't make the own decisions for our children. And that goes through the medical system, but also through the education system and through, do we do screens or do we play outside? Or are we allowed to watch this TV show, or is that banned? And we're only a good mom if we let them watch this other one. Right. I think that there's just so much information. It's almost like analysis paralysis. And I think that is what then a mom can't even hear herself think and doesn't believe in herself. And I think that can come from their mom. If their mom is confident in how they raised them, then they can also pass down that information and just like, yes, you're going to have this feeling and that's your intuition and what is best for your kid. And I think just trusting in that and just blocking out all of the other voices that you hear.
Totally.
Did you know that we spend about a third of our lives in bed? That's over 8 hours a day that our body should be resting, healing, and restoring. But did you ever stop to think about what we're breathing in during that time? Most mattresses today are made with synthetic foams, flame retardants, and chemicals that release toxins into the air, especially while we sleep. That's why we made the switch to My Green Mattress, made with only clean organic materials. There's no chemical smell, no off-gassing, just a pure supportive mattress that helps your body truly rest and recover the way it was designed to. As a family, that peace of mind is worth everything. If you want to create a healthier home from the inside out, go check out the link in our description. You'll see exactly why we love our green mattress and why we'll never go back. As parents, we love finding natural ways for our family to feel their best, and that is why we chose Llama. They make genuine Baltic amber jewelry for both kids and adults, known for its soothing and grounding properties. For little ones, it's a beautiful natural option to help with teething and inflammation, and for adults, it can help ease tension and bring a sense of calm throughout the day. Each piece is handcrafted from authentic Baltic amber. It's never plastic, never imitation, just simple, natural comfort that fits your lifestyle. Check out the link in our description to shop Llama, natural comfort for the whole family.
I heard this thing recently, and it was about, like, what do you think? And I'm going to ask you this question. What do you think is more important? More positive thinking or less negative thinking?
I think if you had to, choose, it would just be less negative thinking.
Right. Yeah. At first, you're almost like, yeah, let's
Just
be
flood
more
in the
positive.
positive,
Let's just be positive. And so it's like, again, if we're working that muscle, let's practice this or whatever. It's like, but I think actually in this situation, when I'm thinking about who's taking it, it's a collectivism in society where we're just seeing moms not trusting, not because they don't have the quote unquote positive thinking in this analogy. They don't have that intuition or that feeling or that notion towards, I know what's best for my children. They have so many external voices, or what would be the negative thinking or the negative talk around, and filling their mind with misguided information that might, again, as I was saying, might be really good for Nancy, the influencer on Instagram. Like,
Right.
Might be a great thing. No offense, Nancy. I don't know if you're out there, but you might have great information to share. But like, that's not applicable to my family's life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think so many times we put a higher disposition on a blue check mark or a certain number of followers because apparently this person knows what they're talking about and I'm doing it differently. So I must change or shift my ways. And then we wind up, there's this notion in healthcare that like medical specialties are a bad thing, right? One of the founders of chiropractic, he said that medical specialties are a nightmare because we end up knowing more and more about less and less till we don't know anything about nothing.
Yes.
Or we don't know nothing about anything, or however you want to say it. And that I think can be true just in relative to this conversation today, is like motherhood, where it's just like, we need less voices, like less people speaking into your journey. And at a birth, there's two births, right? There's both born a mother and that child, the child that is brought into this world by the mother's labor, right? She delivers that. Well, it's a different soapbox for a different day. Like, moms, you delivered your baby, not some other person that caught it. But like, you delivered your baby and your baby delivered you to motherhood. And we have to put, as a collective society, more emphasis on that than anything else. Like I love it when people do reach out to us and seek guidance. That's what we're here for. And please do.
Yes, yeah.
But as you said, like, all of this, here's what I have to say. But at the end of the day, I need you more than anything to trust you more than you trust me, right? Is that?
Yes. And, I was thinking whenever you were talking about more positive in or less negative in.
Sure.
I know that postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety is a big thing.
Sure.
And I want to be very clear that a motherly intuition does not come from a place of fear, anxiety, or desperation. It just comes from a knowing.
Sure.
And I don't want those two to be confused, because one is that postpartum anxiety, depression, that would be very, very hard to live with. Motherly intuition is not that.
Sure.
And I just want to make that clear, that fear and anxiety are not a part of this. And so don't think that that is normal and that's where you're basing your decisions out of.
Sure.
And just pray to cast that out
Amen.
because that's
Well,
not the way that it's supposed to be.
I think, and that's, obviously that's our prayer with this is this whole podcast and doing this, just kind of bringing some of that stuff into light. And there is probably a line, not even probably, there is a line that can be drawn there. Like you're saying, if it's based in fear, it's definitely not of the Lord. And I believe a mother's intuition is a gift from the Lord. And so you've been trusted with this newborn, beautiful baby that is actually perfect.
Yes.
And God's word affirms that to us. Like he's fearfully and wonderfully made by God. Like he knew that baby when and before it was in your womb, you got to carry it and all these things. And it's like he entrusted you with this baby. He knows that you have the capacity to care for this baby more than anyone else. Not your brother, not your sister, not your aunt, not the doctor, not me. No one knows what your baby needs more than what you need. And so, yes, there's a line between anxiety and intuition for sure. But if you're feeling a lot of anxiety in that postpartum phase, that's something that people are in your corner to help with. And this is where almost, not to undermine everything we've said in this podcast to this point in time, this is where you need some people in your life that can speak that truth to you.
Yes.
That you are safe, that you are loved, that you are smart, that you are the best mom in the world for this child. And because I can imagine, only can imagine what that might be like to be walking through that phase of that postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety. Truly that walk, I don't know, but this is where you need voices. You need positive, influenced, God-given voices and women in your life to speak against that. And I want to encourage you all to bring those feelings out into the light, because if you're trying to fight them in the dark, that's when Satan can have an ultimate victory, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what do you wish dads understood more so about intuition when it comes to what a mom is feeling? And you can speak specifically to us. You can tell me what you wish I understood better, or just in general, what you've seen, again, through society and through relationships and friendships, when a mom's feeling a certain way and maybe a dad's not fully comprehending. What do you wish you could explain there?
Yeah, I think it's by design that a dad doesn't have one, because one of yours was a little bit different than mine. And you're like, no, my gut says that we're doing this.
Sure.
But I think that the main thing is that if you are a dad or a husband because you don't even have to be a dad yet, the mom could just be pregnant. And again, it is still within her then.
Sure.
But I would say that if you are a husband and your wife is having a motherly intuition, she's just saying, hey, it could be as simple as, hey, I don't think the kids are going to go to that birthday party.
Sure.
Why? Like trying to make sense of it.
Take the service road, Ryan.
I am just saying, don't make her question it. Just champion her in it. Don't keep a little tally of times her intuition was right or wrong.
Oh, please don't do that.
Because
Gentlemen, do not do that.
Don't ever do that for anything.
You have no idea if it was right or wrong.
No.
It's always right.
Yes.
You got two options. You can be right or you can be married.
Yeah.
You pick.
There you go. I really do
I'm
think
married.
because I'm always right.
I know.
Don't think too much about it. Don't make her question her intuition.
Sure.
And make her feel crazy or anything. Just accept it as the blessing that it is. It doesn't have to make sense, and it won't make sense to you because it was not designed to make sense to you. It was designed to keep your children safe and loved and nurtured and cared for, and all of the things that your wife and you do very, very well. Just accept it. Don't try to be right. Don't try to prove her wrong. Just let it be.
Fair enough. Yeah. I think we get super brainy and we're like, hey, on paper, I'm putting in this, like, that doesn't make sense. There's nothing, like, no. And there's times I'll fight you on that. Like I joked about the service road thing.
Yeah.
Like, we're not taking the service road the entire way home. And you're like, yes, we are. I'm like, all right, yes, we are. And that's not like, okay, y'all, so now where's the delicate balance between, it's like, oh, well, as I just heard, like, she wears the pants in that relationship, right? Like,
right. I do, but no, I'm just kidding.
Like, and that's not, again, there are roles here, and I think we have to submit to one another, just, and we can get into that and the whole Ephesians constructs of, everybody likes to go down that rabbit hole, but I think it's just like, we are leveraging each other's strengths in this journey of parenthood, but also in this journey of marriage, which is more important. Like, how do we, and how does a man who's braining it out, putting it on paper and saying that doesn't make sense, and I want to be authoritative, but I feel like she's undermining my, she doesn't respect me and my decision making, and that this is right. Like, where's that balance? And I'm just calling question to it, but you might not have an answer, or you do. So
Yeah, I don't really know that I do have an exact answer, but I do think it is a balance. But also, as long as it is coming from a place of respect. Like, so use the service road versus highway example. I wasn't like, hey, we're taking the service road, like, because I said so. It's just like, hey, I would feel a lot better if we were just on the service road. It wasn't like, your idea is terrible. I can't even believe you would think about putting us on the highway in the rain.
Yo, that's how I heard it.
Okay, well then, and that's where
Defaultly.
it's like, you have to make sure that your respect, like, you're still a man, you're still a man of this house, but
Hercules.
yes,
I'm
exactly.
just kidding.
But can we do this because I would feel better? And I think it ultimately just comes down to love and respect, and men, quit looking to be offended.
Yeah, no, seriously. Like, I do think there's an aspect of that, but when you have a good, healthy, grounded relationship and you have really good, effective communication, that's where we have to root this in. And I do trust your intuition. I don't understand it. I don't have to understand it. Sometimes I get in my feels, or I get frustrated because I was like, well, I didn't want to do it this way or that way. But it's like, okay, well, every day we're supposed to die to ourselves, and like, again, get into Ephesians, and every man likes to say, like, oh, see, but wives, submit to your husbands. I was like, yeah, but hey, it also says submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. And men, like, for your wife, Christ died for the church. So like, we have to, I think, in my opinion, die to ourselves and our own desires and those things. And I think part of that could be a yielding and a surrender to what your wife knows as the birther of your children, what's best for them. And so if that, I would say that more than anything, your intuition actually comes relative to our children. Like, as rarely is it about your eyes' well-being.
No,
now that I'm just
sometimes
thinking.
me, but other than
Sure.
that, just
Yeah.
our kids. Yes.
Yeah. And that makes me think ever more. It's just such a God-given, God-breathed gift that he gave you and other women. And my hope and my prayer is that more women will trust it, and more men will not seek to understand it, but just respect it and yield to it when it's necessary.
From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with someone you know and leave a review. By doing so, we're able to grow this community of amazing people just like you and raise a generation of children that know God and do his will on earth. We'll see you next time.
This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. We have no idea the things that we're doing today, how they could affect the lives of potentially millions, or even if it were just one tomorrow. The Bible is very clear that Jesus would leave the 99 to find the one, and you might be an agent of the one person somewhere along your journey in life that causes the angels and rejoicing in heaven to be so happy that lost sheep was found. Welcome to the Natural Parents Podcast, where we will cover all things faith, health, family, and wealth through a biblical perspective of putting things in life that matter most back into order. We're reminded in Matthew 6:33, where Jesus said, "But seek first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you." Join us each week as we focus on what truly matters most in this life and passing those values on to the next generation. This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin.
So we went to a conference this weekend, and although a lot of the speakers that we were able to hear and see in person, we listened to their podcasts or we listened to any platform that they speak openly on.
Sure.
It was still really cool to be just in the room and focusing just on that. Because, I mean, whenever I'm listening to podcasts, I'm probably cleaning bathrooms or mopping floors or something like
driving,
that.
or
Yeah.
you're always doing something. It was neat to be in that space.
Mm-hmm.
Also with just the type of event that it was.
Yeah.
With a common theme where, I don't know, just so many different speakers had so much to share. But I think when the Holy Spirit's on the move in a room like that, like, you feel like the entire day was somehow set up for you.
Yes.
And there's 3,500 other people in the room that probably all feel the same way.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that was pretty amazing.
Yes, it was. And it was just, you know, Christian focused with business. And I feel like that is a niche group, similar to
Right.
even the Natural Parents and our podcast and all of that. It's very niche
Totally.
and, you know, doesn't really apply to a lot of people.
Sure.
And it was just really cool because I feel like the main theme of the whole day was talking about failure, which is like, oh, that sounds really motivating. I can't wait to go.
Right.
But it just
Sign me up.
yeah, right. Like, can't wait.
I
But
don't even know those. I think that capstone was failure, and I thought that tied everything up. But then you look back through the day, and so many different talks shown
Mhm.
a version of failure, or like it was, again, I'm gonna put failure in quotes because I always say if you're leading a God-led life, a Holy Spirit-led life, like failure's not even possible, right?
Mhm.
So, but yes, there were so many different times. I mean, everybody had some element of failure in their story, and some of these people are some of the most successful people in their space. I mean,
Mhm.
on the stage, y'all, just to talk about the event was called Life Surge, but on the stage here in St. Louis was throughout the day Ed Milet, John Maxwell, Craig Groeschel, Tim Tebow, like some of the biggest names out there in the space of kingdom focused business and entrepreneurship, and people just doing big things for the glory of God, but in a business setting and with a business mind of self development, which we love, right? Which
Mhm.
was so great. So
Yeah, and you know, something that I believe it was Craig said was the enemy does not attack what is not advancing.
oh yeah,
And I think that if we remember that, then it really makes the hard times in the valley, so to speak, n- not necessarily easier because they're going to be challenging, but more tolerable knowing that, oh, okay, he's just attacking because we are advancing what God has laid on our hearts to do, which is going to bring good. So he's getting nervous.
yeah, and I've said it before, and I know I've probably said it on this platform before. Just like people ask, how do you know if you're on the right path? And it was Craig Groeschel's teaching that as point number 2 was like, you will get opposition. Like
Mm-hmm.
if you're on the right path for, and again, I'm not sitting here saying that, hey, Satan's, sitting there and he's 100% focused on what you like. He's not omnipresent. He's not everywhere like God can be everywhere, but he does have spiritual forces of darkness and weakness that I do think at times try to make those of us that are operating in light and trying to advance the gospel first in everything that we're doing, and do productive things for the kingdom, even just with the heartbeat of this podcast being, strong families. Like
Mm-hmm.
the enemy does not love that. And so I think he's got some minions of his that, are trying to oppose
Right.
the work that, yes, we're doing. And for some of you listening, you might feel that way sometimes. It's like, boy, why is it so hard?
Mm-hmm.
Or why did I have that failure or that setback? Well, it's because you're doing the right thing.
Right. Right. And, you know, like he said in the Bible, it never promises that it's going to be easy. Right. And so if we are experiencing the resistance and the doubt and the insecurity and the obstacles, that's just confirmation that we are moving in that right direction.
Right. Like I say, a peaceful, easy feeling all the time. Like I believe that Jesus had a version of peace in the Garden of Gethsemane the night before he was crucified. Like he knew what he had to do and what he came, like, I mean, he set up and created the entire world. So he knew that this was the redemptive plan and this was the next step. But he did pray. I thought this is something we were talking about today, is how like sometimes God will put us in a trial that he needs us in,
Mm-hmm.
and we're praying for him to take us out of it.
Yeah.
And like even Jesus, not that it was wrong or anything, like he's perfect and he did everything right, but he prayed, Lord, if there's any other way, let this cup pass from me. And sometimes I feel like we're praying for God to, bless something in our lives, which I don't think is bad, especially when we feel like the Lord has led us towards that, be it parenting, starting a business, just showing up and going to work every day, whatever that is and whatever that looks like for you listening. I think that God has you where he has you for a specific purpose. And we
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't pray so hard for him to get us out of the situation that we're in, but for us to learn the lesson that he needs us to learn in it so that he prepares us for whatever's next.
Yes. Yeah. And, like with that, with the doubt, like, oh my gosh, is this right? I'm just being met with so much resistance. doubt can be loud of you're not enough and who do
Totally.
you think you are? This isn't going to work and all of that. And we just have to recognize that that's not God's voice. We talk about that a lot of that is the whisper of the enemy. And that is not what that trial or that failure is supposed to bring, is you talking bad about yourself. And, that brings me to the thought that John C. Maxwell had talked about. What was it? A good miss and a bad miss?
Oh yeah, sure.
And a bad miss is when you have a failure, you have a slip up, or something happens, right? It's inevitable. It's going to happen. But all you do with that is just say, oh, well, it was just because of this. Like, find excuses versus owning it, learning from it, and then changing the course that you're on to then not make that mistake again and again. And sometimes we are always going to want to come up with excuses. Well, it's not my fault. It's because of this,
Sure.
but that's a bad miss, and a good miss is whenever you can change that.
Yeah, I think I want to go back. I want to talk on this. I want to go back to the part you were saying where like the enemy gets in your head and seemingly disqualifies you too. So let's remind me of that. But yeah, when John Maxwell was talking about that, we don't know that a miss is a good miss or a bad miss when we miss, like in the moment. But I think the delineating thing, he had a really unique way of sharing the differences and allowing us to self-discover. And for me, it was like the worst miss possible is a miss that you don't learn a lesson in. I think there's some rules of life, and one of them being that a lesson will be repeated in life until it's learned. Meaning that, like, the old adage too, like history, is prone to repeat itself. Is because we don't learn the history that, to learn from that moment or that mistake that we made. And so again, I think we have to be cautious to put failure in quotes, and that was Maxwell's whole thing. Is like he says he's the 4 leading expert on failure in his life. He's written 3 books, and as he was joking about it, his wife was like, "Well, I think you got more. I think you got more in you. Like you could write some more books on the concept." And so, just because we all fail, and it's this weird notion, and I think this is worth talking about for the listeners, like in our parenting. Like, when was the last parenting failure you had? Like, well, how many do you want me to list from today? Right? We all do that. And then what the enemy will do, or what happens, is that we will allow the world to speak louder in our mind and think somehow that disqualifies us from being worthy of the thing that God's calling us towards, right? So I loved it, and I don't want to steal his thunder. Y'all should check out Ed Milet. I know we talk about him a lot on the podcast, but he's a wealth of knowledge, and amazing man of, with a direction and a heart to help people. But like his thing.
Did you know that we spend about a third of our lives in bed? That's over 8 hours a day that our body should be resting, healing, and restoring. But did you ever stop to think about what we're breathing in during that time? Most mattresses today are made with synthetic foams, flame retardants, and chemicals that release toxins into the air, especially while we sleep. That's why we made the switch to My Green Mattress, made with only clean, organic materials. There's no chemical smell, no off-gassing, just a pure supportive mattress that helps your body truly rest and recover the way it was designed to. As a family, that peace of mind is worth everything. If you want to create a healthier home from the inside out, go check out the link in our description. You'll see exactly why we love our green mattress and why we'll never go back. As parents, we love finding natural ways for our family to feel their best, and that is why we chose Llama. They make genuine Baltic amber jewelry for both kids and adults, known for its soothing and grounding properties. For little ones, it's a beautiful natural option to help with teething and inflammation, and for adults, it can help ease tension and bring a sense of calm throughout the day. Each piece is handcrafted from authentic Baltic amber. It's never plastic, never imitation, just simple, natural comfort that fits your lifestyle. Check out the link in our description to shop Llama, natural comfort for the whole family.
Is that you are most qualified to help the person that you once were. And, or even just like you're not even the person you want to become yet, but you might be further along in a journey than someone else. And so we'll sit here and think, well, and again, his example is his father's an alcoholic. And he's like, well, somebody helped my dad. And he went through all this kind of thing because his dad became, got out of that cycle and became a very godly man and all these different things, and went on to help a ton of other people. But the guy that helped his dad was only 30 days sober.
Yeah.
Like, what? Like, he was not some 4 leading expert on alcoholism and drug addiction and all these
And
types
had
of things.
never
It was
even
like,
walked that path.
right. He just
recently walked
came
it.
in
Yeah.
came in contact with him. And so again, I think like this notion, Ab and I deal with this, like we are not perfect parents, right? But we want to help people along the journey of, you know, a desired outcome. And just opening this conversation is our heartbeat for opening that up to be a better version of who we were yesterday, today, just like 1% better, right? And so we're on that journey. We're doing that. We're just walking it out in these settings, you know, the podcast and a group and conferences and things of that nature, just like whatever the Lord would lead us to. But I believe it'll be good.
Yeah, and I think that whenever you do anything, John Maxwell also said that, you know, success gives you confidence
Totally.
and failure gives you humility. And that's why they should stay side by side, because together they stabilize you. But without it, if you have success, you become arrogant.
Get this big old head, can't fit in a room anymore.
Exactly. And if you have failure, then you just quit. So whenever you put them side by side and allow them to stabilize you, because you will have both, and that's inevitable. And I just thought that that was so cool to just keep them together, because a lot of times we want to say, well, here's all my successes, here's all my failures, as if they are separate.
Sure.
But really, whenever they come together, they just create this perfect balance that keeps you going, versus just being like, all right, I quit, or I'm too good for this and I don't even need to.
I love the way you sharing that. I learned more from it than I did even when John was saying it. But I loved, he kept saying, it's like we've got to put them together, and our society separates them, like you're saying. But it is such a key element of distinction to say that your successes, you don't have them if not for your failures. Right. And so I mean, that's his whole concept of his book, Failing Forward. It's amazing. It's like, I've heard the terms like fail faster. Like, let's get through this. Let's learn the lesson. Let's move on from it. But let's not beat ourselves up about this so many times. Again, be it parenting or business or a journey in your health. We say faith, health, family, wealth. Anywhere in those pillars, if you feel like you have a failure, that failure is just setting you up for the next success.
Right.
Like I get in my mind all the time. And this was so freeing when I realized it was like, wait a second, like that failure doesn't define me. That doesn't somehow disqualify me from being or doing the thing that I actually set out to do, because we'll get it in our mind. And then suddenly we're not doing anything with the gifts and the talents that we have, because we're allowing the quote unquote failure to define us, as opposed to, hey, no, I'm out here. I'm doing the thing.
Right.
I want to look it up, but I know it's Theodore Roosevelt has a quote about, like, maybe it's a whole poem about the man in the arena, and there's so many people, and I love it, but there's so many people that will be from the crowd or from the peanut gallery, and they'll say, oh, this, that, or the other. And it's like, but the point of the poem is that, or I'm going to say it's a poem, but it's like, hey, unless you're in it, unless you're in the fight, unless you're in the arena, like, I don't care what you have to say. Like I'm showing up, I'm doing the thing that I feel God has called me towards. And from the outside perspective, which I feel so inclined to share Tim Tebow's story on this. But like from the outside perspective, this makes no sense, or it looks like a failure.
Yeah.
But God is working things in ways that we have no idea. Like you think, parent listening to this podcast, that the way you're choosing to raise your children is countercultural, and maybe there's not going to be fruit of it. And we have no idea. We have no idea if God's laid it on your heart to homeschool your child, to raise them in a healthy way, to take sugar out of their diet, to do these things that the world looks at you and is like, oh, like, and they got comments, right? The peanut gallery is going to listen, but it's like, you're the one that's in the arena with your child of this life. And you're the one that's going to have to give an account to God when we get to heaven for what we did with the things that he gave us, right? And our children are the greatest blessing he's ever given us. And nothing matters more than their future, yes, on this earth, but more importantly, their salvation, right? And so we don't save our children, but I think we give them every opportunity to move towards that. And our body's a temple. And so when it comes to, again, faith, health, family, wealth, we got to be leading our children in that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's just so important to remember to not take advice from somebody that you wouldn't trade places with, isn't where you want to be, all of those things, because they are doing what makes them feel safe. They are keeping themselves safe. And oftentimes, whenever somebody looks at maybe somebody who they deem successful, right? They think, oh, well, one day they woke up and the path was just laid out for them. They knew every step to take. And that was something that Craig spoke to, of just certainty in the uncertainty.
Yep.
And that faith is just moving. You don't know what's coming. You don't know what's going to be provided for you to make it all pan out the way that you want it to be, or the way that you feel that it should be.
Right.
You are just taking that step of obedience and faith, knowing that, you know what, this is the way I'm going to go. And, you know, failing fast, I think, is what you had just talked about. And that's where being decisive, making decisions, yes, no, quickly, and not dwelling and trying to come up with every scenario, which is hard for me.
Yeah.
I need to know every scenario of every option.
Yeah.
But just making it fast so you can, if it's a failure, great, failing fast, and then I can make a new decision and move on. And that's just, there's so much more momentum there, but there is just uncertainty, and that is just going to come. You're not going to know the complete crystal clear path forward. That's part of what he's asking you to do.
Yeah, I think that's the obedience thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm dying to share Tim's story. Do you think I can? Like, I don't want to take it from him. Like,
No.
someone having ever had the opportunity to listen to Tim tell that story, like, it was so profound.
I don't
and
know if he put it anywhere.
Right. I mean, I'm sure, like, he put it out there. Like,
I think
he would be happy for people to hear about this story.
Yes.
That I would advance that story from him. But if you ever talk to Tim Tebow, let him tell you the story too. But or act surprised when you hear it. Okay. But I'm telling you, this stuck with me so much so because it, again, I think it probably changed the entire trajectory of my life, because I do things oftentimes looking for a particular outcome. Whether I admit that or not, I really try to stay in the vein of, like, I'm just doing this out of obedience, right?
Mm-hmm.
I say all the time that delayed obedience is disobedience. And he told this amazing story as a part of his talk that I mean, just had me in tears, of this notion of just pure, unfiltered obedience from a man of God that Tim had the pleasure of knowing. So the gentleman was a pastor and a missionary in India. He was in the southern part of India, but he felt called that the Lord was leading him to go to northern India, which there's less movement of Christianity towards. And so he and his son and, you know, some people from their mission go north to a part of India to actually share the gospel. And they're doing kind of a tent revival type of a setup, except for there's no tent. And they're kind of in the rainforest part, or the jungle-ish part of India, where there's, I guess, rain was possible because the rain came into the storm, or into the story. And so they're there in the first few nights, a couple hundred people, a couple more. By the third or fourth night, there's like 800 people there. And the next night's rolling around. And the pastor, he says to his son, Sam, he says, I think we need 5,000 chairs. And Sam's like, Lord, or Dad, what are you talking about? He said, I just feel like the Lord is laying it on my heart that we're supposed to have 5,000 chairs. We need 5,000 chairs. And so, as it would be, a guy calls him and says, what do you need? And I guess he had the power in the region to be able to give this, or to bring this manifest. And he said, well, I need 5,000 chairs. He's like, sweet, they'll be there. And so they set up 5,000 chairs, and they go forward to the night. And not a lot of people are showing up because the weather was, I guess, doomy and gloomy. And they're praying. As they pray, it begins to rain. And again, there's no covering. They're in an outdoor church setting. It starts to rain. Dad says to associate pastor's son, Sam, he said, send the worship team out there. And he's like, Dad, it's raining. Nobody's here. He's like, send them out there. Like, we're just being obedient to what the Lord has called us to. And so he sends the worship team out there. Worship team goes. Nobody shows up. Dad goes out, preaches a sermon for 50 straight minutes, gives a 5-minute invitation at the end of it in the pouring down rain. Not a soul. 5,000 empty chairs. Dad gets done, walks off the stage, goes sit in the car. His son's there, dries a bone because he didn't even sit out there and listen to his dad preach in the rain. And he just said, you know, Dad, what's this about? And he's like, it's just obedience. That's just, I know that the Lord told me to do this. Life goes on. The gentleman ends up, he's in a hospital, and he's on his deathbed. And the nurse comes in and says he has a visitor waiting for him. And the visitor comes in and begins to just takes his shoes off and begins to kiss the pastor's feet, is weeping and just showing all this love and appreciation for him. And it's just like, what is this moment?
There, right?
The son is there, and they're both kind of like, who is this guy? And he gathers himself and he says, you know, sir, you don't know me, but I know you. He said, years and years ago, it gives me chills just to tell the story again. I'm glad I'm not crying, because I was crying when I was hearing it. Years and years ago, I was a student, and I decided I was going to take my own life. And I began to walk across this courtyard, or this place, and I heard it start to rain. So I went and sat underneath a tree. Well, that tree was within earshot of a man's voice. And I was like, what is this man doing? He's continuing to talk in the rain. And so I moved in closer and I listened to your entire sermon, and you gave a 5-minute invitation to come to a knowing faith and an acceptance of Jesus Christ. And I said, if it's this important for this man to stand out here and preach to 5,000 empty chairs, I need this in my life. And I accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior in that moment. And I want you to know that now I lead a church of 67 people who have committed their life to Christ in northern India and like all these things. And it was just such a moment of thing. And the dad, who had lost his voice, could no longer speak, was dying, turns to his son with a smile and just gives him a thumbs up. It's like, it gives me chills. It's just like, we have no idea, parents, listeners, me, we have no idea the things that we're doing today, how they could affect the lives of potentially millions, or even if it were just one tomorrow. The Bible is very clear that Jesus would leave the 99 to find the one, and you might be an agent of the one person somewhere along your journey in life that causes the angels and rejoicing in heaven to be so happy that lost sheep was found. And it's just like, we don't have to have it all figured out. We just have to accept. I mean, again, by all outside it, even the man's own son was like, Dad, this is kind of embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like, we just preached in the rain for, 55 minutes to no one. Like, what is that about? And they have no idea. And we might not get that kind of clarity in our actions. The key here is that we are taking action towards the thing that the Lord is laying on your heart. Like, it might make zero sense. I say this all the time. Like, it made no sense for the disciples to pass out a couple loaves of bread and a couple fish to 5,000 people. But guess what? In it, God was made manifest and glorified in their action. And so, parents, you have action to take. Business owners, you have action to take that the Lord is laying on your heart. Just do it and release yourself from the outcome. And I need to hear that more than anything. So thanks for letting me share Tim Tebow's story.
Yeah. And, it's just so interesting because I think a lot of times we can be like, oh my gosh, it's just, all of these obstacles and these things. Like, we set up 5,000 chairs, we're out here and it's going to rain.
Right.
Like, what good? And it's just such a good reminder that God can take what seems like a bad day, a bad situation, and just turn it for good. And sometimes you don't ever find it out. Sometimes it might be years and years later. Sometimes it's the next day. You never know, but you have to just trust that it will be used for good.
Amen. Yeah. And that even to that, you said we might not get it this side of eternity, but what if we get to heaven and we see a list of all the things of our either obedience or disobedience? Which side of that do you want to be on? Do you want to see where it's like, Abby, this is where I moved you to, and this is the action you took, and look at all the effects of this? Or do you want it to be like, Abby, look, you were supposed to do this. You're supposed to say that to this person. You're supposed to give this person a hug, like pray for that, whatever it is. And this is what could have happened, but it didn't. I had to give that task to somebody else.
Yes.
Like, not to be scary, but like, that's kind of a daunting, not a daunting or haunting. It was just like, for me, it's just motivating. It's like, pray for God to, reveal his plan for me in my life, and then me to have the courage to take the steps that he's asking me to take.
Right. Yeah, it really is. It's just such a great reminder. And I think it can be an encouragement to everybody who maybe feels the nudges here and there, but buries them down because, that'd be weird.
Yeah.
Be weird.
Yeah.
I think
weird,
that being weird is the best thing that you can do.
Let's get weird.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that just with anything, the encouragement that it can be when you feel like you are in a valley, right? And you feel like there's no way out. You feel like you are just buried in that there is a mountain coming that you're going to climb. With that, there will be hard times with it, but you're doing it, and you're doing what you're supposed to do, and just having a good attitude and knowing that it will all be worth it will pay off.
Amen.
From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with someone you know and leave a review. By doing so, we're able to grow this community of amazing people just like you and raise a generation of children that know God and do his will on earth. We'll see you next time.
This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin.
kids can still be kids and have responsibility. It's only going to set them up to be a well-rounded person, not even just worrying about when they're adult. They're going to be well-rounded now, and they're
Sure.
going to have that self-discipline.
Sure.
And I think that that is such a huge thing, because picture an adult that's never had to do something hard, that's never had a responsibility, that's never had somebody ask something of them or even to care for themselves.
Yikes.
No, thank you.
Not fun to work with.
No.
Welcome to the Natural Parents Podcast, where we will cover all things faith, health, family, and wealth through a biblical perspective of putting things in life that matter most back into order. We're reminded in Matthew 6:33, where Jesus said, "But seek first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you." Join us each week as we focus on what truly matters most in this life and passing those values on to the next generation. This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. All right, in today's world, how important do you think chores are, or if you don't like that word, chores, responsibilities are for our children in their development towards adulthood?
Yeah, I think chores is a fine word. I think that a lot of times it gets a bad rap, but chores and responsibility in general, I think that helps set them up for success later in life, because there's no world that you're going to grow up and not have to be responsible, be on time, do hard things, all of those. And so I think that oftentimes childhood is given this picture of it should be responsibility free
Sure.
and carefree and fun, and they don't have to worry about anything other than themselves. And there's an aspect of that that is true, but they do need to learn how to be team players, how to work hard, how to have responsibilities, how to know if I don't do X, Y, Z, then I don't have, for example, if I don't make my bed once my sheets are clean, when I go to bed, I'm going to have to do it then. So
Sure.
thinking ahead and setting themselves up for success.
You got to sleep in the bed you made.
Yeah,
That was the saying
exactly.
from my childhood for sure. About making mistakes in life, and
Yes.
that's a thing. But
Yeah.
no, I fully agree with you in that. I think there are times, though, there's a fine line to it. We want our children to have childhoods, but I think somehow, in some way, in a lot of homes, we've championed that over responsibility. And I've heard it said, and a good friend of ours, she said this. I grew up, my mom would always say, you're a product of your environment. And I know that to be true. And then a good friend of ours revealed that you can also be a reaction to your environment. So how do we as parents, how do we toe that fine line between having a child that had no childhood, right? They just worked and worked and worked, on the farm. Like we see that a lot in our parents' generation or our grandparents' generations. They grew up, they had to do all the farm chores. And so when they had the opportunity, it's like, wait, we don't have to can our own vegetables. I can just go to the store and buy them for 70 cents in a can. Sign me up, right? And we have this huge pendulum swing between society, because I feel like, again, that generation grew up on the farm. And again, maybe some of the listeners aren't farmers. I understand that, but I'm just saying this notion of so much responsibility and so much chores, but also we want them to be children and have an enjoyable experience and find the relevancy of doing good works and contributing to society and our family and all that kind of stuff. Where do you think we find that line?
Yeah, I think that, because it was so much work focused, that then it's easy to see a swing the other way where there's not much work. And I don't really feel like that wasn't my life. I had responsibilities and chores and things that I had to do. But I think that you could see that. And so it's like we're just trying to find that good medium road, but kids can still be kids and have responsibility. It's only going to set them up to be a well-rounded person, not even just worrying about when they're adult. They're going to be well-rounded now, and they're going to have that self-discipline.
Sure.
And I think that that is such a huge thing, because picture an adult that's never had to do something hard, that's never had a responsibility, that's never had somebody ask something of them or even to care for themselves.
Yikes.
No, thank you.
Not fun to work with.
No.
Okay, so I think that the shortened answer, what I heard when you said that was, it's actually in us as parents managing our expectations of our kids. So, right, our 3-year-old, we don't expect to be able to fully make their own bed in the sense of the stretchy sheet, right? But they might be able to get stuff sorted on their bed, and we can
Yeah.
start to show them, hey, this is how to fold a blanket, stuff like
Mhm.
that. We don't expect them to go out and, take care of an entire herd of cattle or anything like that, right?
Right.
It's like it's in managing our expectations. So I think there are instances here and maybe nuances of age dependent chores that we could bring into light, right? Like I know we did this with our kids. It's just a part of their start of their day. They were at an age, they were probably 5 or 6, and then our son would have been 3 or 4. But you started saying like, okay, we've got these main major topics. It was like laundry, dishes, and sweeping, right?
Mhm.
And they were so excited to have that role, and they would fight over it. Like you had to change, like you had the thing,
Yeah.
you talk about that, you had to change whose responsibility per week was what, right? So each week they were on laundry, they were on that, right? And it's not like they were starting the washer and folding every aspect, but they were doing
But
parts
yeah.
of the so talk to that a little bit, because I think it was a
Yeah.
relevant topic.
You know, it's often described that kids want to help before they're able to help.
Oh yeah.
By the time they're able to help, they don't want to help.
Mm.
And so I think that part of parenting is starting as early as you can and bringing them along.
I love that.
Sometimes that will be they're watching you more than they're actually helping. They're probably more in the way than they're actually helping, but it's just part of the process and you got to stick through it, because say you're going out to feed the chickens. Well, they can't necessarily carry the whole bucket to feed the chickens, but they can grab the scoop and they can scoop and put it in there. And are they going to make a mess? Yeah. They're going to then learn this is how we clean up the mess. And oh, that happens, different things like that. So with our sheet, what I had, it was like laundry, cooking, and dishes. And I had little clothespins and I just rotated them. And my kids, it is now my turn. And
It's
I'm
time to
doing
switch
that.
the clips, Mom.
Yes. And
Yeah.
so especially at first, they didn't know how to start the washer or how to start the dryer. What do I put it on? But as we did it together, we started the washer, and this is where you put the soap, and this is how much soap, and this is how you organize it. And now it goes in the dryer, and we want to make sure we do this heat and that heat. And then, but they could also fold.
Right.
So it's like they're learning every aspect of that. And the same with cooking. It was always a different meal, different way to prep, different. And they're just constantly learning. And if nothing else, it just gives that intentional time of, let's do this together. Let's watch this. Not so that I can immediately be like, all right, you're on dinner duty. I'm out. That would be nice. That will be nice one day. But it's just showing them the ropes and how that is going. Because if I was just so busy caught up in letting them just be kids, then they would never even see me cooking in the kitchen. They would never even they just think laundry is magic, And so, but really they do find joy and see magic in those moments. And so we feel like it's just work, but they don't. So
Sure.
you can make it fun and make it enjoyable, but then also produce so much fruit on the other side of that task.
Yeah. You make me think of my favorite, I'm going to call it a modern day parable, because there's the adage of the two farmers, right? And so one farmer is out and he's building a fence, and he's got his young son with him. And the other farmer drives up on him and says, hey man, like, how's it going? What you guys doing? Oh, we're out here, just working, doing. He's like, looks at it, he's like, looks like you got a helper today. He's like, yep, sure do. He's like, you probably get a lot more of that fence built if you didn't have that help, huh? He's like, yeah, but see, that's where you got it wrong. You think I'm out here building a fence. I'm really out here raising a son. And I think that is the simplest and easiest reminder that we could have of managing our expectations of our children, in the sense that you were saying it best when you're like, be it in our world, yeah, that's the case. It's feeding chickens. But for y'all, it might be feeding the cat or the dog or the gerbil or whatever. It's like we could do it. We could do it simpler, faster, cleaner, more efficient. But no learning happens in that. And so there's a phase and there's a time, and I think we have to communicate with our kids like, hey, I want you to watch me, right? But they're doers. They want to do. They want to get their hands dirty. They want to be a part of that. And so there's definitely been seasons and times where we're like, hey, y'all, even just building our house, right? Like I think of the project of like laying floor.
Yes.
We were putting in hardwood floor in our house, and the kids wanted to be a part of that. Those days, there was actually parts of that made it go faster.
Yes.
But there's parts where like, I remember I got this picture of our son and he's got his tool belt on and he's there. And like, it was like, this is not a more efficient way or time to do this, but we're not just laying floor. We're raising children. We're creating a home, right? We're doing whatever it is that we're doing. You're creating a life with your children that is not only the foundation of the core memories that they're going to have about work, which is very important.
Yes.
Like I think we have a sickness, a disease in our mindset of society that thinks work is bad. Like work is good.
Yeah.
Like God gave us work. It's actually in the very earliest parts of the Bible. You don't got to go very far in the Bible to see that God gave us work for a purpose. Like he wants us to cultivate and curate and actually develop. And he put an aspect of his creativity in each and every one of us. And our job in life is to find what it is that we're supposed to do and contribute to society. And I think the worst gift you're robbing your children of if you don't have them to have responsibilities is figuring that out from an early age.
Yeah. And that makes me think of when we were at Life Surge, work and worship are the same word.
Same.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was really cool, and that triggered my memory on that. But you know, in kids aren't always going to be thrilled, right?
No.
We are in a season right now that it's about to be challenging.
Sure.
We have a couple offices that we run. We have a couple other things that we do, right? We're very, very busy. I homeschool, all of these things. Well, our Josie is about to have a baby.
Right.
And so what that means is that full-time role is going to be on me for 6 weeks at least.
In addition to everything
In
else.
addition to everything else. And so we were talking to our kids just last night, and I said, guys, listen, I know it is not the most ideal for us to be in both offices 5 days a week.
Right.
For long days. I know that, but I need you to come together. We are a team. We are going to make the most of this. It's going to be challenging, and I need you to know that I know that. But
Right.
we are doing this, and we are going to do it together. We are going to do school. We are going to do everything with excellence. You guys will help me. And at first they're like, oh, I really just, want to stay home.
Right.
I get it. Me too. But we can't.
One of them said, can I sit this out?
Yeah. Yeah. She's like, so can I just not go?
Yeah.
No. And, but then it's like we come here this morning and I'm like, okay, I'm going to fold these gowns and get them out. And our second daughter, she's like, okay, how can I help? Can you show me how to fold those? Because they just want to be a part of something bigger and something that is needed, and they want to be needed and valued. And although in the moment it feels probably to our kids and to us, oh, this is going to be challenging. Oh, when they are looking back on those memories, they will have memories. Oh my gosh, remember when we went to work with mom and dad
Right.
and we did our school there, but then like we played and we had our own little area, and it was what I'm calling our home away from home, because let's just let it be cozy.
Sure.
And our attitude is what we make it. And so we can choose to enjoy it, or we can choose to be stinks about it.
Yeah, sure.
We have two choices there. And so I'm like, let's make the most of it. And how can we make it fun? And what kind of snacks do we want to always have and things like that? But I think that when they're looking back, those memories will be positive ones, because oftentimes when you're looking back, you aren't thinking about all of the negative that you may have felt in that moment, or the apprehensiveness that you had. You're going to be remembering, oh my gosh, I remember when my brother and sisters and we used to, run up and down the hall, and when nobody was there, just all of the fun things that they're going to remember. And so I think that's important to keep in mind.
I think it is too. And I think I hesitate to get this wrong, but I think it's in Colossians. It says,
did you know that we spend about a third of our lives in bed? That's over 8 hours a day that our body should be resting, healing, and restoring. But did you ever stop to think about what we're breathing in during that time? Most mattresses today are made with synthetic foams, flame retardants, and chemicals that release toxins into the air, especially while we sleep. That's why we made the switch to My Green Mattress, made with only clean, organic materials. There's no chemical smell, no off-gassing, just a pure supportive mattress that helps your body truly rest and recover the way it was designed to. As a family, that peace of mind is worth everything. If you want to create a healthier home from the inside out, go check out the link in our description. You'll see exactly why we love our green mattress and why we'll never go back. As parents, we love finding natural ways for our family to feel their best, and that is why we chose Llama. They make genuine Baltic amber jewelry for both kids and adults, known for its soothing and grounding properties. For little ones, it's a beautiful natural option to help with teething and inflammation, and for adults, it can help ease tension and bring a sense of calm throughout the day. Each piece is handcrafted from authentic Baltic amber. It's never plastic, never imitation, just simple, natural comfort that fits your lifestyle. Check out the link in our description to shop Llama, natural comfort for the whole family.
Whatever you do, do it as unto the Lord, right? You said work and worship. And I think we have this notion of our children are watching us, right? They're always seeing how we engage and interact. And so you setting that tone of like, listen, because it's really easy for us privately to get into this like, oh, whoa, this is going to be tough. And this is a rough season, all these different things. It's like, okay, yeah, we could spend our mental energy and focus on that. Doesn't serve anyone, doesn't get you through the next few weeks any more, quickly or more efficiently or in a better energy of any kind to sit and dwell on what the difficulty is. But it's like when we bring that positive energy to our work, our worship, if you will, our children see that, right? Like one of the greatest gifts my dad ever gave me, I talk about this all the time, was that I had this notion of, all right, Dad, I got it figured out. I was like a sophomore or freshman, I don't remember, in college. But I'd mapped out the path that was going to get me into and through pharmacy school, and I'd come back and kind of maybe work in the family business and be a pharmacist and all this kind of stuff. And my dad was like, why do you want to be a pharmacist? I was like, well, it's like provides a good living, and you provide a good life with me and my sisters. It seems like good income, that kind of stuff. And it was just like all about that. My dad was like, you can make money doing anything. Let's find something that 25, 35 years from now, which is where he was in his life, let's find something that you're still passionate and excited to get up and go and do at that point in time, because he had the wherewithal and the realization to know that that's not where he was, but he wanted that for me. And so he's like I was like, oh, yeah, I don't want to be a pharmacist.
Can you imagine?
I just thought it was, our life would be so different, right? Yeah. And some of y'all might be listening to this, might be pharmacists. I'm not calling you out for it or anything, but it's just like, it was just not what I wanted to do in life. And I say all the time, I note that is one of the greatest gifts my dad ever gave me, was just the realization that you can do anything in life, find something that you're passionate about. And then again, as the Bible says, do it as unto the Lord. Like when you're in the workplace environment, if your children are seeing you groan and whine and it's so miserable, and all, like the closest thing to a prayer you have all week is thank God it's Friday, like all these types of things, it's like, that's what they're going to model when they're in that place, versus it's like this isn't just fluff, y'all. I love to do hard things. So like when there's something that's hard that is before us, like my hope and my prayer is that my kids see that as like, all right, like let's get, let's gear up, let's get after it. I tell this story before, but like our kids, we said, Hewkins never quit. Like we work hard, we do these things. And I was getting frustrated doing something one time, and our son was like 3 years old. And he's like, oh, it's okay, Dad. You can do it. Hewkins don't give up. Like all this. I'm like, oh yeah. Like, thank you, buddy. Like just setting those terms that we can walk out in our life, but then our kiddos can see that manifest too. And then model that when they're in the workplace and providing their worship to the Lord, allow people to see their light shine in the workplace. Like how important is that?
Right. And I think it just is building their attitudes towards that, towards work and hard things. And I think that chores for kids is a great way to just do that and build that responsibility, self-discipline, confidence. Of course they should be age appropriate, but it is only going to set them up for success in their future for whatever it is that they are called to do or choose to do. And I don't think that there's anything better that you could do for your kids than to make their life a little bit challenging. We don't need no cupcakes.
Give them some responsibility. Okay, so follow up then. Second, deeper layer, a little more controversial. What do you think about allowances for said chores? Where do you find the answer is in payment for services, responsibilities, chores, allowances?
I don't think that you should get an allowance for anything that your mom doesn't get an allowance
for existing.
Right?
Yeah, right.
So if you need laundry to have clean clothes, if you need clean dishes, I think that you're coming together as a team to help your family.
Right.
And if mama doesn't get paid for it, then I don't think that the kids should either.
Yeah,
if they're going above and beyond and they're doing a bigger, more challenging task that isn't necessary, I think that that's different. I think that you could do something, but I think that when we are expectant upon allowances in exchange for our work, we forget that team aspect that we're
Sure.
after, especially when it comes to a home and a family and all of the intricate details of what makes a home run. And so you aren't going to get paid when you're an adult to do those things. So I don't
Right.
think that you should start that.
Nobody pays me for taking out the trash. The
Yes.
trash just needs taken out.
Yes.
Right. And I think, again, we're on the underside of this, but as our kids get older, my hope, and I understand not everyone is called to own and run a business and become entrepreneurs and things like that. We love it. Some people don't want that life, and that's totally fine. I see an aspect or a spark of it though in our kiddos with just some of the things they've wanted to do, be it a lemonade stand or these things. And I know a lot of kids do that. I'm just saying I've seen a couple of notions in our kiddos towards that. And so it's like, okay, well then as they do get older, it's like, okay, yeah, you want some income. Like I loved this from Nick this past weekend when we went to that conference. He was talking about the responsibilities he had and how valuable it was because he could earn money by vacuuming in his house, which again, I think there's a line and you have to figure out what it is best for your kids. The direction before I get off on this that I was going is I think our kids, as they get older, we're going to continue to have more and more of the conversation around value. Like if you can create value, you can get paid. I don't necessarily want you always trading your time for money, right? Or for this one task, but it's like, hey, if you can provide value in this, that value is worth X dollars. Sell me on it, right? Or in that concept. And so we can talk about that. And I think we're still figuring that out. We don't by any means. I've seen some great stuff people have out there that are helping their kiddos budget and save and set money around and this stuff. But Nick's story was amazing because he was expected to vacuum, and in his vacuuming, he had mapped out the value of a toy was like $15, and he had to go and work so long. And he's like, it's going to take me like 6 weeks to be able to buy and afford that toy with what I've got going and all this stuff. And he went to the store and he's like, do I actually want to spend my hard-earned money on that toy? So yeah, I think so. And he did. And he played with the toy for about 2 weeks, and then it sat in his closet forever. And he's like, oh, so there's another lesson just in the financial aptitude of our children and their future. It's like we live in a society and a culture that is so just like instant gratification. And I think you're setting your children up for that failure too. If you're just like at the store and you're like, oh, you want that toy? Yeah, sure thing. Like my heart, again, if I want to, the father lavishes his love on his children. I do believe that, but that's not just always things. You know what I mean? That's not just more stuff that our children don't need. All the studies, I'm getting off on a toy tangent here, but all the studies say less is more in that world, right? And so I think, this notion of having your children earn what they want in life, there's needs. We all have to contribute to the needs of this house to make it go round. You're becoming a valuable and contributing part of this family. Kudos, right? Like you get the self-satisfaction. Like in our house, a lot of the food that gets put on our table, not all of it yet, but a lot of the food was cultivated from what we've grown, raised, produced, and that kind of thing. And our kids play a role in that. It's a small role right now, but my hope is that it's more and more, and they get to see literally the fruits of their labor come into existence. And so I think it's another disservice to just, as you said, just like, yep, here's an allowance. I think that's a misguided expectation for sure.
Yeah. And I think that if you never even allow your kids to know that it's an option to or to not, it's just like, oh, it's chicken processing day. Come on. We do this. And that's just all it is. It's not, you never have to go from it's chicken processing day. You guys just sit here and watch TV and we're going to go out and do this. And then one day you're like, no, you're coming with us. And they're kicking and screaming because they're supposed to have a movie marathon. It's just the difference in that. And so I think the sooner you can start in involving them in that, the less likely that they are to see it as a task, a chore, or an option.
Sure. So my encouragement to you guys listening, if you got kiddos, no matter where they are, start pulling them in to the tasks that run your home. Be patient with them. Set your own expectations in your mind that it's going to take longer. It's going to be messier. It's not going to be like our dishes are not. Sometimes they might have to be washed again.
Sometimes I rewash them
when they're not looking, right? Because that would just crush them. But this aspect of teaching them to do whatever they do as unto the Lord, give it all that they've got, and contribute in a way disregarded of reward, right? Like one of the favorite things that we say is like we give, love, serve out of our own abundance without expectation of return. Like, why do we do this? because we were made to do it.
Right.
You know, we don't have to always have reward. God will provide the increase wherever he sees fit in our life. We can set goals. We can talk about creating value. We can talk about earning an income through this, but I promise you just more and more responsibility is going to be better and better for your kiddos.
From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with someone you know and leave a review. By doing so, we're able to grow this community of amazing people just like you and raise a generation of children that know God and do his will on earth. We'll see you next time.
This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. Let's just say husband and wife, but also type A, type B. What I never want you to hear me say when I say this is that what you do is not valuable, because I know you love me so wholeheartedly in all the ways that you serve our home and I always say you make our house a home wherever it is. And that is a great, like, you're like, I did this for you. I prepped that for you and all this stuff. And I feel like I feel the love in that, but I'm like, not always the way I feel love. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
like the love languages.
yeah, quality time, physical touch, those types of things. Like,
Sometimes you're like, hey,
tell me
will
how
you hug
great I
me? I'm
am.
like, oh, I'm kind of busy.
Yeah, I'm like, no, let me squeeze you.
I'm like, no, I have your coffee prepped.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I could have done that. Welcome to the Natural Parents Podcast, where we will cover all things faith, health, family, and wealth through a biblical perspective of putting things in life that matter most back into order. We're reminded in Matthew 6:33, where Jesus said, "But seek first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness, and all of these things will be added unto you." Join us each week as we focus on what truly matters most in this life and passing those values on to the next generation. This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin. All right, so this weekend, something came blaring into focus, and it was how different men's and women's brains are. I mean, we know that this is a thing, but it was so evident in real time in our house where this was happening. So Ab was running around, had like 47,000 things going at the same time. Doing something on your laptop for the offices, something work related. You were cleaning the kitchen. You were washing sheets, had everybody's sheets washed and already in the dryer. What else? Tell me, I can't remember. What else you have? Meal prepping.
Yeah, I was meal prep. I was working on the computer. I was also thinking about meals that we wanted for the next month. I had called and asked all the kids to bring me their sheets and was getting things ready to clean.
Getting the vacuum out. Yeah.
Yes.
Getting stuff out.
And then I was also thinking about breakfast, but that's the thing I delegated to you.
Sure. And I was crushing it, y'all. I mean, I know she had a lot. What else?
I was on the phone with my dad.
Oh, yeah.
Making
and
the
you're on the
plan
phone
for the
making
day.
the plan for the day. And y'all, I mean, she might have been carrying a lot, but nothing like what I was doing, because I had all the tasks involved with, and hold on, wait for it, making breakfast.
He watched the water boil.
Y'all, I can do one thing exceptionally well. I will give it all of my attention. My wife's superpower is doing multiple things exceptionally well, and she crushes it. And we got to thinking that I think that this is so evident in so many other homes where the wife, or sometimes I'd say sometimes roles can flip, but there's somebody that does multiple things exceptionally well, and then there's those of us, the guys. Usually, I find it to be where we do one thing and we do it exceptionally well.
Yes, I agree. And I mean, sometimes things that I'm multitasking don't turn out as good as if I didn't.
Like bacon.
See,
I had bacon in the oven, y'all.
Well,
If you don't make your bacon in the oven, highly recommend, by the way.
Yeah, it's the best. It makes it like just melt.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other morning I was doing a bunch of different things, and including cooking bacon in the oven, and I thought I had more time than I did. And I came out and like half of it was really black, but that's okay because it still got made and the rest was edible.
We got half of it. We got half of the pan.
Yeah.
that was not burnt.
But,
fortunately.
it's just funny because you watched that water boil for breakfast.
There's steps.
Just
It's just what you told me.
make some
breakfast.
oatmeal.
I was making breakfast.
There is no better watcher of that water than you.
Y'all, I just can't. I can be singular and focus, and I can do that really well. But you're just amazing at truly a lot of people say, oh, you got multiple tabs on your browser and multitasking is not really possible, all this kind of stuff. But I just feel like you are of the cloth that you do multiple things and you do it well. There are the off chances here or there where you leave your husband stranded on the. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
it's just like,
well, that was a multitasking event. Yeah. So the other day I was inside doing a few things and walked outside, I think to take the trash out. And then I was like, oh, I could mow for a second. And so I hop on the mower and I'm mowing and I was like, gosh, Ryan should be home by now.
Did you get the trash to the trash can first?
Yeah.
See, this is me. I don't. I don't complete the task when my brain takes over and I see it's like I'll walk into a room to get something and I'll do 3 other things. I'll come back in and I'll be like, wait, I didn't get the thing I went to get.
Yes.
You're great. You see it through and then you're like, oh, there. I could knock that out.
And I mean, sometimes mowing, I'm all over the place. I'm like, oh, I can mow over here. But we don't also have a set yard yet.
No,
we are still getting
post-construction zone. Yeah. Chaos.
Yeah. So I'm like mowing and I'm like, gosh, Ryan should be home by now. Look at my phone. I have like 6 missed calls.
It's fine, y'all. I was fine.
And then the text that says the officer really wishes you would hurry up with because it sent a code to my phone for our insurance app. And he just needed to prove that he had
had insurance.
Yeah. And so
I didn't get pulled over for doing anything wrong inherently.
Well,
I don't have license on my new truck yet.
Yeah. We
got Which apparently you're not supposed to drive without.
Yeah. But anywho's, so I think that women are really good at that, and it's stressful sometimes
to be on the receiving side of such amazing excellence.
Yeah. So the other day, I was going to talk about when you didn't mail a card that I asked you to mail.
Yeah.
They're like, I got it. I got this. And I was leaving you and the kids and the office. And I was like, please just make sure that this gets in the mailbox. I got it. Of course. I can mail a letter, you said. Later that night, I said, so did you mail that letter? Oh, I thought you were kidding.
Which would have consisted of, by the way, walking said letter to the mailbox in the parking lot.
Yeah.
I just had to
by the van.
Right.
Yep. That's all. And now he doesn't even know where said letter really even is. So
I think it's still sitting on the front desk at that office.
So
but you hear that? There's 2 things. I had the kids and I was still working on
multitasking just really doesn't work for some people.
No, I joke all the time. I laugh, the Moana, our kids are not big Moana fans, but
we watched it once.
Yeah, whatever the guy's name is there. The song became famous. He played by The Rock, but he's like, what can I say except you're welcome? That's how I feel when I do one singular. I'm like, dishes done. You're welcome.
Yes.
Laundry.
Anything else?
Sorry about you, right? So no, I don't know. I just think that is all too common. It can't just be our house where that's the case.
No, it can't. But I do wonder if sometimes it's the male that's, multitasking. I think it kind of has to do with type A and type B. If I had to assume, I really don't know that.
I would think it's probably less gender specific and more, like you're saying,
personality.
Very much so straight-laced personality, have all the things, ducks in a row.
High strung.
Yeah, stressing.
Yeah.
I'm like, why are you stressing? I always
get
your forehead right there. I'm like, just relax that part of your face. What are you thinking about?
Relax.
Yeah.
Just chill.
And Ab is not good at going to bed with a to-do list.
No, and sometimes
it's better if you make the list.
Yes, and sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and add to it real quick.
Or what was it the other day? You woke up and you were making something. It was 3 a.m. What was that? The other day I heard you clanking around in the kitchen. I'm like,
I forgot to set something out for breakfast. I wanted to thaw out some crescent rolls that I had pre-made and froze. And I was like, I didn't get those
she doesn't
out.
even know how to relax when she relaxes.
No.
She's in bed. stressing about the
Stressing.
things that didn't get done.
But you were fed in the morning,
I
so you know it
was.
kind of pays
But
off.
like, if I wouldn't have been, this is what I always say.
Did you know that we spend about a third of our lives in bed? That's over 8 hours a day that our body should be resting, healing, and restoring. But did you ever stop to think about what we're breathing in during that time? Most mattresses today are made with synthetic foams, flame retardants, and chemicals that release toxins into the air, especially while we sleep. That's why we made the switch to My Green Mattress, made with only clean organic materials. There's no chemical smell, no off-gassing, just a pure supportive mattress that helps your body truly rest and recover the way it was designed to. As a family, that peace of mind is worth everything. If you want to create a healthier home from the inside out, go check out the link in our description. You'll see exactly why we love our green mattress and why we'll never go back. As parents, we love finding natural ways for our family to feel their best, and that is why we chose Llama. They make genuine Baltic amber jewelry for both kids and adults, known for its soothing and grounding properties. For little ones, it's a beautiful natural option to help with teething and inflammation, and for adults, it can help ease tension and bring a sense of calm throughout the day. Each piece is handcrafted from authentic Baltic amber. It's never plastic, never imitation, just simple, natural comfort that fits your lifestyle. Check out the link in our description to shop Llama, natural comfort for the whole family.
And this is where communication between, let's just say, husband and wife, but also type A, type B, like our needs. What I never want you to hear me say when I say this is that what you do is not valuable, because I know you love me so wholeheartedly in all the ways that you serve our home and I always say you make our house a home wherever it is. And that is a great, like, you're like, I did this for you. I prepped that for you and all this stuff. And I feel like I feel the love in that, but I'm like, not always the way I feel love. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
Like the love languages.
yeah, quality time, physical touch, those types of things. Like,
Sometimes you're like, hey,
tell
will
me
you
how
hug
great I
me? I'm
am.
like, oh, I'm kind of busy.
Yeah, I'm like, no, let me squeeze you.
I'm like, no, I have your coffee prepped.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I could have done that.
I'm like, no, I'm hanging up your shirts.
But that's where it's like, I feel like maybe a nuance is that you have that notion to where you're like checking all of these tasks to do because it's how you show your love and appreciation for me, the kids, even our practices, our businesses, all this stuff is like, what all of these list things can I get done? And sometimes I'm like, oh, or just, forget the list and hang out with me.
Yeah.
Oh, that stressed her out.
Yeah.
Me just saying
yeah,
it, y'all.
It did. And it's like, even if we sat down and watched a movie, it's like I have to make sure that the whole kitchen is clean and like the soft light is on, like just
Never
the
the
lamps.
big light.
Yeah, it's just the lamps and make sure that everything is cleaned up and ready to go because then I can actually like focus. My brain isn't, it's loud in here. It's loud in my brain.
I bet.
And sometimes I just wish I had your life.
Just one thing at a time.
No,
that's me. That's all I can do.
Yeah. So
but I think it can be, let's talk specifically about, the albeit controversial topic of like gender roles. You know what I'm saying? Like, where do you think that line is drawn? Like, as a man, I would say more often than not, I might be wrong for this, but I would think more often than not, men are singular in their focus.
Yeah.
Like we got a one-track mind.
Yeah.
And if that ain't the thing that's on our mind, we can only do one thing at a time.
Yes. And I feel like I think the only, specific roles is just that the man is supposed to be the protector, I feel like, and
sure,
the woman is supposed to be more of the nourisher and loving. But, I see women on the internet putting together their own cabinets and using like the big saw.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, well, your husband must be
you.
in there on an Excel sheet because like you do all of those things and I am more.
Sure.
And so I really think that opposites attract. So it's hard to say that like, oh, well, men just do like the hard work because some women are really, really good at that. And so I feel like in their relationship, it's probably opposite. But all in all, I feel like you guys are supposed to protect us.
Well, we talk about it all the time. I mean, I think there's spenders or savers. And I don't think too much of that is gender specific. I do think, like you're saying, there's an opposite in the relationship. Somebody's a spender, somebody's a saver, somebody's a prepper, somebody's a go with the flow kind of notion. And so I think those instances are not always gender driven, but they are oftentimes opposite. There's very few things. I mean, we're in the same mindset and we have an aligned mindset on many of the things in our life, thankfully. However, our roles in them can be quite different, right?
Yeah.
And so I would say in the biblical household, there is a role as far as genders go. We want to see like God, husband, wife, children in that, but it's not in this so much so sense that it's like hierarchy and submissive and all this kind of stuff. It's just that like if a man is a man after God's own heart, we'll use the language of what is described as David. If he's living his life appropriately, in step, in pursuit, first and foremost, in my opinion, his number one task is actually pursuing a relationship with Jesus. And if he's doing that appropriately, then his household is in order, right? Then he's doing that. And so maybe like, I don't know, I've had this asked to me before, and it's not that I'm some marriage guru, secret sauce kind of guy, but somebody asked like, what's the secret to a successful or happy marriage and relationship? And I didn't have to think about it very long, but ultimately I think it's service. Like if you're trying to outserve the other one, and I'm going to speak specifically to the men right here, is like, if you're trying to outserve your wife, well, first of all, good luck, at least in my situation, that is like your number one strength. But if there are times where I'm like, hey, I'm doing this for you, and we have that understanding, that's helpful. But I think when we model our lives after Christ, everyone, we've talked about it on this podcast a million times, but Ephesians 5, everybody likes to talk about that. And guys will joke, be like, wives, submit to your husbands, whatever. But it goes on, it says, men, submit to your wives and give up your life just as Christ gave up his. And that's my paraphrasing, but it's like, it says, serve your wife in the way that Christ served the church. And what did Jesus do to establish the church? We talk about this all the time, is he died for it, right? He laid down his life. No one took it from him. He laid down his life so that we can all have a way to go. And so I think if we want our houses to fall into order, we do all these things. Like we can joke, like I'm not a multitasker. I'm not, going to check off all the boxes on the to-do list, anything like that. But I do believe that our number one singular focus as men should be to model the life of Christ as much as we can, and then see the outcome of that, what and how our house falls into order, so to speak.
Yeah, I completely agree.
What, you don't want to fight me about it?
No, I don't.
Oh.
You're always wanting to debate.
I do like a good, strong debate. And by debate, I just mean conversation.
Yeah.
Like playfully take the opposing side. Not you specifically, but anybody that wants to have a conversation with me, we can take opposite sides. I don't even have to agree in the side that I take, and I can argue it well.
I think our kids have that in them.
Defiance is a thing.
Yeah. I think that's it. I think that's another term for it. So
you say that. What is that? We do that, like we're at this thing, and you're like, sometimes your defenses are up. I'm like, I'm not fighting you. And you're like, yeah, but you always do.
Yeah.
I jokingly say, yeah, but my life. What do I do on yours? Like, I guess yeah, but in the same way.
Yeah. I'll have to come up with a term for it. I'm trying to think.
I don't know. But
I don't know. Can't think of it. But I am curious what it's like in your household, if you're the multitasker or your spouse is a multitasker, if you're male or female. So you have to let us know so we can settle this debate once and for all. And maybe your husband is also really good at just watching water boil.
You're welcome.
From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with someone you know and leave a review. By doing so, we're able to grow this community of amazing people just like you and raise a generation of children that know God and do His will on earth. We'll see you next time.
This is the Natural Parents Podcast with Ryan and Abby Hukin.